네. 자, 여러분
Ladies and gentlemen, now VIPs and distinguished guests are entering the hall. Please welcome them with a big hand.
네, 진심으로 환영합니다.
Welcome all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome all the participants online and offline to Chungbuk Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum 2021. I'm Kim Kyung-mi, your MC for today's event. Hosted by Chungcheongbuk-do and Chungcheongbuk-do Biohealth Industry Innovation Center and organized by Precision Medicine and Medical Device Task Force of Korea National University of Transportation and Semyung University, Chungbuk Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum 2021 is being held under the theme of Korean Medicine, Precision Medicine Now and Further. Today's event brings Korean precision medicine, One Health, and big data experts together to promote Korean precision medicine, a part of biohealth industry, which is Chungbuk's specialized sector, and to have discussions on the future directions of Korean medicine and the growth of Korean medicine industry. To prevent the further spread of the COVID-19, we are now holding this event in accordance with the social distancing guidelines with a limited number of people on site. And Chungbuk Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum 2021 is being live streamed on the official website and YouTube. Please visit www.cbkforum.com or search Chungbuk Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum 2021 to join us virtually. Today we have so many people with us online, and now I'm checking it. About more than 1,000 participants are joining us virtually. And indeed, we received pre-registration of participants. And for today's event, about more than 100 institutions submitted applications for in advance registration. And more than 16,000 people watched this event, and I believe we are able to feel this heated atmosphere, and your participation will be very much appreciated. And please be sure to stay with us till the end of the forum. And today we are joined by online participant groups that will share their opinions on Korean precision medicine, and they also pre-registered for today's event. We have so many people online. Ladies and gentlemen, please wave your hand. Can you hear me well? Some sent some hearts, and some gave waves, and some gave some applause. Your engagement would be very much appreciated. A lot of people having interest in Korean precision medicine are now joining us, and we prepare an event for those who couldn't be on site due to the pandemic. We will give you some gifts, and allow me to make some housekeeping announcements. If you take a screenshot of this live streamed feed on your screen and upload it by scanning the QR code. Then we are going to draw lots and send vouchers for coffee to 300 participants. And we will give an AirPod Pro to only one participant. And you can leave comments and ask questions on YouTube chat as well. And we are also going to receive feedbacks and your opinions. And also we are going to draw lots to give 20,000 won voucher for bakery to 5 participants. And we have prepared a lot of productive sessions, so I hope you will be able to get information and as well as gifts. Your online participation would be very much appreciated as well. Currently, Korean and English simultaneous interpretation is being provided. And please tune the receiver you got from the registration desk to the channel 1 for Korean and 2 for English. And on our website, you can select the channel you want. Then now, allow me to start Chungbuk Korean Medicine and Precision Medicine Forum 2021. First, I'd like to introduce today's VIPs and distinguished guests. And when their names are being called, please give them a big hand. First, due to their busy schedules, some distinguished participants were not able to attend today's meeting. They sent us a video messages. First, Deputy Prime Minister and Education Minister Yoo Eun-hye and Minister Kim Gang-lip of Food and Drug Safety sent us video messages. We will meet them on screen later. And despite their schedules, their busy schedules, today we have many distinguished guests. First, Economic Affairs Vice Governor Song Il-hong of Chungcheongbuk-do Province is with us today. Thank you for your presence. And next, President Park Jun-hoon of Korea National University of Transportation is also with us today. Thank you for your time. And next, President Go Suk-ki of Daewon University is here with us today. Welcome to today's event. And next, former CEO of KT&G and CEO of Cosmex Bio, Park Jung-wook, is here with us today. And next, Mr. Han Sang-bae from BioHealth Innovation Center is here with us today. And next, Director Park Sung-jun of Precision Medicine and Medical Device Center is here with us today. And last but not least, Acting President Kwon Dong-hyun of Semyung University is here with us today as a host. I'm so sorry for not being able to introduce all the distinguished guests one by one due to the time constraint. Once again, thank you very much, and thank you very much online participants for your participation as well. Then first, Acting President Kwon Dong-hyun of Semyung University will deliver an opening address. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 다시 한번 따뜻한
Yes, please welcome President Kwon with a warm round of applause. Good morning. My name is Kwon Dong-hyun, the acting president of Semyung University. I would like to thank Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education Yoo Eun-hye and the Minister of MFDS, Mr. Kim Gang-lip, and Song Hee-Jeong, the Vice Governor of the Economic Affairs, and the Mayor of the Chechen City, and the President of Daemin University, as well as the Korean National University of Transportation, and the head of Cosmex Bio, and all the VIPs. Thank you so much for joining us here today. I want to not just thank the participants who have joined us offline, but I would also like to thank those who have joined us online. we are going to talk about the present and the future of the Korean medicine as precision medicine. And it is truly an honor and a pleasure to be able to host this forum. We talk about the crisis of universities as the number of students decline. And so I believe that it's more important than ever for local universities to play important roles within the locality or in the region. And that is why we have begun with the relevant stakeholders, such as the cosmetic industry as well as the herbal industry. We have begun the innovation project that is suited for this particular region of Checheon. And we want to be able to enhance the competitiveness of the industry and be able to become the hub of the industry as well as the economic activities of the region. And we're going to have many of excellent speakers who will be making the presentations, and they'll be giving us their experiences. And they will, I believe, will provide us with the insight about the direction to be taken by the Korean medicine, in particular Korean precision medicine. And we are going to be able to see the vision that needs to be taken by our region as well as the Korean medicine as precision medicine. And I want to thank everyone for joining us despite their busy schedule. And I wish you much happiness and success. Thank you very much.
네,
Thank you very much, President Kwon of Semyung University, for your opening speech. And having heard of your speech, I'm looking forward to today's event. And next, welcoming speeches will be delivered by President Park Jun-hun of Korea National University of Transportation. Now, President is coming forward to the stage. Please welcome him with a big hand. As have been introduced, I'm President Park Jun-hun of Korea National University of Transportation. So today's event is being held in Semyung University, which aims at the globalization of Korean medicine. And I'd like to welcome all of you to Chungbuk Korean Medicine and Precision Medicine Forum 2021. And my special thanks go to Acting President Kwon Dong-hyun of Semyung University and staff members for organizing today's event. And also, I'd like to extend my gratitude to Professor Henrique Martins and Vice President Song Ki-ryung of Vive Company for taking your time out of your busy schedule for keynote speeches. And my special thanks go to all the speakers from the industry and the academia and all the experts for your participation. And also, my special thanks go to Economic Affairs Vice Governor of Seong-il-hong of Chungcheongbuk-do Province. As you are well aware of, over the last 2 decades, Chungcheongbuk-do Province has become a great place for biohealth. In particular, the biohealth industry has been fostered as a growth engine of the province by Governor Hee-Jeong Lee of the Chungbuk Province. So 15 universities in the area and innovation institutions have created an innovation platform, and over the next 5 years, about 200 billion won will be invested to carry out local innovation projects so that the biohealth industry in the province will be able to foster talents and develop new projects. And also, it will be committed to developing a network and cooperative network. So, as a key player in the precision medicine and medical device, we, Korea National University of Transportation, will play a key role. So, with the advantage in the Korean medicine, in the area of medicine, precision medicine and medical device, I'd like to support for Semyung University for their efforts. And today's forum, Chungbuk Korea Medicine and Precision Medicine Forum 2021, under the theme of Korea Medicine, Precision Medicine, Now and Further, will be going to provide a good opportunity to talk about the future of Korean medicine and innovation as well. So local institutions, universities, and local, they should work together. Unless they work together, then there will be no more further growth and development of local communities. This is a reality. And in this process, as a part of biohealth platform project, I hope today's forum will serve as a good opportunity for players to work with to strengthen their cooperation. Once again, I'd like to welcome all of you, and I wish all of you much success and successful forum. Welcome all of you once again. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your speech. So Korea National University of Transportation, which is a key player when it comes to precision medicine and medical device, the president of the university delivered a welcoming speech, and he talked a lot about it. And next is a congratulatory remarks. So despite their busy schedules, some distinguished guests sent us a video message. Deputy Prime Minister and Education Minister Yoon-hye will deliver a remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Deputy Prime Minister and Education Minister Yoon-hye. I'd like to congratulate on the opening of Chungbuk Korea Medicine Precision Medicine Forum 2021. And my special thanks go to Governor Sung-il, Vice Governor Song Il-hong of Chungcheongbuk-do, Mayor Lee Sang-chun of Jaecheon City, and Chairman Bae Dong-man and members of Jaecheon City Council, and Acting President Kwon Dong-hyun of Semyung University. Thank you very much for your presence and efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are well aware of, the decline of school-age population and brain drain of local communities are now causing crisis in local university, by extension to local communities. To overcome such crisis, we, the Ministry of Education, support the local innovation platform project so that municipalities and universities, as a key player for local innovation, can build cooperation relationships with enterprises and public corporations. With this project, we'd like to formulate a virtuous cycle where talented students fostered by local universities can get employed in their local communities and settle down so that they can contribute to the growth of their communities. Utilizing the local innovation platform, Chungcheongbuk-do devised Osong Biotech United Graduate School model for the further growth of biohealth industry, which is a major industry in the region, leading the way to make the region competitive. In particular, with the natural product complex in Jaecheon City, the growth of Korean medicine in Chungcheongbuk-do are expected to lead innovation in Jaecheon City and Chungcheongbuk-do province. I hope today's forum could serve as an opportunity for the globalization and advancement of the Korean medicine industry, which plays a pivotal role in the biohealth sector in the province. We, the Ministry of Education, will spare no effort to make sure that university innovation can lead to local innovation, which in turn results in balanced national development and growth. Once again, I'd like to congratulate all of you on the opening of Chungbuk Korea Medicine Precision Medicine Forum 2021. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your address. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education Yoon-hye sent us a message, and she also mentioned that the ministry will support us well. And I'd like to welcome Economic Affairs Vice Governor Song Il-hong of Chungcheongbuk-do to the stage for his remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Economic Affairs Vice Governor Song Il-hong. First of all, this year marks the 30th anniversary of the establishment of Semyung University. In this regard, I'd like to sincerely congratulate all of you on the opening of today's forum. And my special thanks go to Acting President Kwon Dong-young of Semyung University for organizing today's event. And for job creation through local innovation businesses, President Park Jun-hun of Korea National University of Transportation has made a lot of efforts, as well as President Go Suk-hee and Cosmex, Park Sung-jun of Cosmex, and also my special thanks go to Mayor Lee Sang-chun of Jecheon City, taking this opportunity. The previous speakers made a lot of points, and we were designated as a university for local community innovation as a leading project, and biohealth industry is one of the third national growth engines. And with Korean medicine, cosmetics, and natural products are core areas of this project. In particular, Semyung University has made a lot of efforts to specialize the Korean medicine area. So it has carried out big data project for Korean medicine as well. So for Korean precision medicine to be adopted as a specialized area, we will make sure that support will be given. And I hope Korean precision medicine could be converged with the big data so that it could be globalized. And taking today's opportunity throughout forums, I hope many young talented people could come to Semyung University so that the university could develop further. And I hope Semyung University could be a major university in the world as a Korean medicine specialized university. And because of the declined numbers of school students, we are facing many difficulties. But if we work together as one, then we will be able to overcome the crisis in a wise manner. Once again, my thanks go to all the staff members for organizing today's event and online participants for your presence. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much for your message. Chungbuk is leading in the area of biohealth, and Vice Governor sent us a warm message. Thank you very much. So we'd like to invite the next speaker. Mayor Lee Sang-chun of Jecheon City will deliver congratulatory remarks. Thank you very much for your presence despite your busy schedule. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big hand. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lee Sang-chun of Mayor Lee Sang-chun of Jecheon City. We had a closing of the Jecheon City Council, so I was a bit late. And once again, I'd like to thank all the distinguished guests for your presence, and my special thanks go to Acting President Kwon Dong-hyun of Semyung University, President Park Jun-hun of Korea National University of Transportation for your efforts and presence. And also President Go Suk-hee of Daewon University is here with us today. My special thanks go to you for your presence. And also, I'd like to extend my gratitude to Education Minister Yoon-hye for your interest in this area, and Minister Kim Gang-lip of Food and Drug Safety and Economic Affairs Vice Governor Song Il-hong of Chungbuk. I'd like to sincerely thank all of you for your interest and presence. So, Jecheon City is known as a urban central cities. So we have been growing as a major distribution city for herbs. So the future paradigm of medicine, Korean medicine, and precision medicine will be created by this basis. And carrying out projects, I believe, is a very good way for that. So we will spare no effort to support this project as well. Now we are experiencing many difficulties caused by the COVID-19. So regarding the Korean precision medicine, an international forum is being held in the city of Jecheon. So I believe today will serve as a good opportunity to promote the capability of Korean medicine. And Semyung University is not just a small local university in Jecheon City. With Semyung University, we, Jecheon City, should go together for the future. So with our firm missions, I believe and I'm sure that the growth of Semyung University is the growth of Jecheon City. So in many areas, we need to work together. And if there is room for any support, then we will spare no effort and we will go hand in hand with Semyung University. And I believe that would be a great cornerstone for the growth of Jecheon City. This is what I believed. Once again, I'd like to congratulate all of you on the opening of today's event. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor Lee Sang-chun of Jecheon City. Thank you for your presence despite your very busy schedule. And he mentioned that the growth and the development of Semyung University is that of the city, and he said he will be committed to supporting the many projects. And next, last but not least, Minister Kim Gang-nip of Food and Drug Safety sent us a message. Distinguished guests, good morning. I'm Minister Kim Gang-nip of Food and Drug Safety. I'd like to sincerely congratulate all of you on the opening of Chungbuk Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum 2021 for further development of Korean precision medicine industry. And I'd like to thank Governor Hee-Jeong of Chungcheongbuk-do Province and Acting President Dongjun of Semyung University and staff members for organizing today's event. And I'd like to welcome all the distinguished guests participating in person and virtually. Faced with the COVID-19 pandemic and other difficulties last year, the medical and medicine products industry recorded a double-digit sales growth rate. And we believe that the pandemic presented us an opportunity to discover new values in healthcare areas, including Korean medicine, particularly precision medicine that collects information on inherent health constitution and lifestyle habits and provides individuals with best optimized and personalized medical services, will play a more meaningful role in further development of the healthcare industry, including Korean medicine. Considering the changes we are experiencing, I believe today's international forum, where experts in the Korean precision medicine gathered, will be a meaningful occasion for future directions of Korean medicine. As a ministry in charge of ensuring the safety of medical products, we will remain committed to the development of Korean precision medicine. Once again, I'd like to congratulate all of you on the opening of today's forum. I wish all of you meaningful and fruitful forum. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please give him a big round of applause. So for the development of Korean precision medicine, he mentioned that the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety will also make a lot of efforts. So a lot of VIPs have sent their willingness to support. Thank you very much. So from now, we'd like to start MOU ceremony.
협력의
So this is an MOU signing ceremony for promotion of Korean medicine as precision of medicine. As I call your names, please join us on stage. Mr. Sanghun, the Vice Governor of Chungcheongbuk-do, responsible for the economic affairs, and the Mayor of Jecheon City, and President Kwon Dong-yeon of Semyung University, and President Park Jung-un of Korean National University of Transportation, and President Go Soo-ki of Daewon University, and Mr. Park Jong-woo of Cosmex Bio. Please join us on stage. And the the distinguished guests that I have called upon on the stage will be signing an MOU to promote Korean medicine as precision of medicine. And the distinguished guests on stage will be placing their signatures, and their signatures will be seen online. And please place your signature on my count of 3. So for the promotion of Korean medicine as a precision medicine, I would like to ask you to call out 1, 2, 3 with me. So, to become the leader in the Korean medicine as a precision medicine, and to promote the necessary talent and personnel, as well as to attract relevant companies and create jobs, we have signed this meaningful MOU. So to commemorate this very meaningful event, the forum and MOU signing, we would like to take a commemorative picture. So ladies and gentlemen, please face the camera. We will take 2 pictures, and we will now take an official picture with the VIPs that have signed the MOU. These are actually the leaders of the Korean medicine, and the people who are responsible for providing the necessary support for the development of the relevant industry. On behind the VIPs, you see the people who are joining us online. So the distinguished participants who have signed the MOU and the people who have joined us online, you will all be taking a picture together. So I would like to ask you to give us your biggest smile. And this is actually an opportunity for us to express our commitment to all participate in the promotion of Korean medicine as a precision medicine. So with that, we would like to conclude a commemorative picture taking. So thank you very much. I know physically we are far. However, I hope that emotionally and psychologically we're not that far. And I would also like to ask you to participate in the event that we are holding as part of this international forum. We've just had an opening ceremony. We'll now begin the keynote speech.
We have 2 keynote speakers, and I believe you must be looking forward to today's keynote speeches. Former chairman of EU e-health network, Professor Henrique Martins, will deliver the first keynote speech. For today's event, currently Europe is very early in the morning, and Professor Martin is going to deliver the speech live. His presentation is about personalized digital Korean medicine. Then would you like to call him?
Hello?
Hello.
Could you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So please proceed your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to participate in this important event. I'm unfortunately not able to be present physically, and I would like to share with you a few ideas. Well, first of all, I'm an internal medicine physician here in Portugal. I'm also an enthusiast on digital health. And I thought that we could maybe think about principles, methods, and intersections, thinking about a new medical paradigm where the patient is the center of precision, where we bring things together. I would like to share my view on what I see as digital healthcare systems of the future and how that relates to traditional Korean medicine. and then share with you a dichotomy between digital health and illness. And finally, looking at how intrusiveness we have as a challenge between body and personhood, and then how can we bring this all together? Of course, I am humbly aware, and I am not fully knowledge of Korean medicine. It is a very complex world, but one that is very respectful, and it has a tradition, a long historic tradition, but we need to look at the future. And one of the things that for me was very interesting as I was thinking and preparing this keynote is how, of course, complex traditional Korean medicine is. And for example, only in the herbal medicine area, there are so many recipes, there are so many ways to use these products that it is not possible for a person being a patient, and even for some physicians, to be able to know all of this information. And this is one opportunity for digital technologies to step in and be helpful. The other thing that we have to take into account is that, for example, in the acupuncture area, we see more and more the introduction of digital devices. The other aspect that I found particularly puzzling when we look at the future and we say that the future is about personalized Korean medicine, which I of course agree. Actually, I went and read and prepared, and I think we have already started personalized Korean medicine many centuries ago, as we think about the person as a body and a personality combination. And the typologies that are at the basis of traditional Korean medicine can to some extent be linked to genomics and proteomics and other omics. Some of the research has already been done in Korea, and it shows that some associations are possible, but also anatomy is key. You need to learn and study the anatomy of the person in what I call behavioromics. The way people behave has always been key to tailoring, to personalizing the treatments and the approach. Now, the challenge is that people's bodies are changing, and I will come back to this point. And definitely, personalities are also changing. And the third idea is that digital technology is, on one hand, responsible for some of these body and mind transformations that are happening, but is also the way to capture from personalized data what is actually changing in our patients. So this means that, and this is a recent article from a Korean author, is where do we position medicine vis-a-vis technology? AI, artificial intelligence, digital health, mobile health, and genomics. And of course, if we were to position Korean medicine, one would say that it is here. It is somewhere part of healthcare, of course. It is part of medicine. It has intersections with genomic medicine, but, and that is going to be the focus of my keynote, it also intersects with digital health and artificial intelligence and mHealth as expressions of digital tools that are relevant. Let's look at an example of a study from Korea on looking at temperament and character profiles in Sanghun typology. In an adult clinical sample. This study has been reproduced in pediatric samples as well. And the aim of my example is to show, well, the study is interesting. My point is that this study took into account 11,000 people, and then included, with some inclusion criteria, used a sample pool of 1,156 people. But we had 3 doctors that were trained to determine Sanghun typology based on medical chart review conducted. Now the question is, could you have used artificial intelligence tools to do this review, these medical charts? And would you have the same results in terms of the disagreement and consensus? And I know what I am saying is quite challenging and puzzling. And what I am suggesting may seem that I'm saying that we should substitute professionals by technology. But that's not exactly what I'm saying. Is that artificial intelligence tools can be used to further refine the analysis, to further refine the study that we do for these people. And why? Because most of this data, you see, were based on clinical charts. And these clinical charts could have been recorded in an electronic health record adapted for traditional Korean medicine. And I am sure this is already happening in some contexts, but good electronic health records adapted for traditional Korean medicine are possibly still a way for a new innovation to come in. And finally, recording information from citizens could benefit from, for example, the use of mHealth, mobile health. Now, how do I see digital health systems in the future? Well, I see them coming out and focusing on prevention, paperless, empowering, personalized, and accountable systems, where the citizen, patient, the person, the aim of our personalization is himself or herself is healthcare creator. And the question is, what is the role for a doctor? What is the role for medicine? Well, it is to support this process, this healing process. And this is already happening. Professionals and patients are changing their behaviors. And after COVID pandemic, we see more and more telehealth and more distance care. We see more robotics happening, and definitely we need to rethink healthcare systems worldwide. This brings us to new organizations. And I have argued, and I have more information on this on my own website, but I have argued that organizations of health need to become Kiwis. They need to be knowledgeable, intelligent, wise, and interoperable. And today, I would like to focus the idea of intelligence by bringing together artificial intelligence and natural intelligence, human intelligence, but also wisdom. The wisdom to use and integrate traditional practices with modern practices. And big data topic has already been mentioned in the opening. And definitely, we need to move from big data to smart data, which means to use the data of many patients to start developing precision medicine as population-based approach. So when we talk about prevention medicine, even in conventional medicine, we can also think that we can do prevention medicine by combining the data from individual people to target interventions, by sending information, by advising people to do a certain procedure, a certain traditional medicine procedure. And what are the core values when working with big data? Well, definitely trust based on ethics, data protection and privacy, and cybersecurity. We need to take account the quality of the data, the validity of the data and indicator. Efficiency, that the linking of the different IT systems is always a challenge. Interoperability and integration is a challenge, which can be a source of innovation, and then basically intelligent IT services. Now, let me share with you another conceptual idea, the idea of the health index. And I think this idea is very natural to traditional Korean medicine. In fact, it is obvious that throughout the day and throughout our lifetime, we're not always healthy. We're not always sick. We fluctuate between healthiness and sickness. And if you take this concept further, you think, well, if the patient is going to be the focus of our attention and is going to be the target of our precision medicine intervention, then he needs to be able to measure his own healthcare, his own health. Now, what we see more and more is that digital patients are not just patients that use digital tools, there are also patients that get sick due to digital health. And if you think that a patient can be less healthy or more healthy, okay, and if on the axis here we see more and more the usage of IT, so if this is digital usage and this is health, the curve is that people that are excluded from digital are lacking health because they lack digital health opportunities, but then they start to be more healthy as they use more and more digital tools. Up to a certain point, there is a point where too much digital exposure is actually bad for your health. And this is where off balance, and we know that traditional Korean medicine is based on the concept of balancing. And actually too much digital can be what I call digital obesity or overweight, and then digital sickness, for example, dependency syndromes, or even changes in personality. And the worst scenario is when we have people having accidents just because they're on their mobile phones, on their smartphones. So there is more and more papers on digital illness, the consequences of too much digital intervention. So we need to have that in mind. And if we are to create a model to bring all of these ideas together, my suggestion is that you can have a look at this model, where I try to bring together Western conventional medicine and Korean, traditional Korean medicine. We have the concept of integrative medicine, which is an old concept. And when we actually add the patient and give the patient central role, because precision medicine, in my opinion, cannot be how we take care of the patient, but how the patient takes care of himself with technological support, high technology support, genomics, to digital, to devices. And then digital health with big data, artificial intelligence, and telehealth create a space for personalized digital Korean medicine. Now, let's look at examples. For example, if we have the challenge of herbal medicine, for a long time, we know that we have many, many ways to devise and support patients with herbal medicine. Now, the problem is that it is fundamental for patients' direct involvement to be considered. Now, nature is not necessarily safe, and we need special attention for drug interactions and herb interactions. And so digital health tools can use personalized health space, the information about me as a person, to filter risks and interactions, and to serve as a support tool to manage traditional Korean medicine vast complexity. And let's look at an example. This is a Korean company that has launched and is launching IT systems to support e-prescription, electronic prescription, and mobile prescription for this type of products. And I think this is definitely the future, but it needs to be more developed. It needs to be more tailored to specific patient needs. And finally, two ideas. One is that technology is going into our body, into our brain, and into our mind. Look at portals and apps. Everyone would use a portal. It doesn't go into your body. But when you start to use devices like pacemakers and other electronic devices, they start to be inside your body. And you can imagine that, for example, micro robots or cognitive nanobots, which are small robots able to clean the vessels and change, for example, stroke or other mental conditions. These are technologies that are starting to be intrusive of our personality. And you know, I just did this exercise. I Googled electronic acupuncture pen, and you have all sorts of pens. Now you can tell me, well, some of these gadgets are not good at all, but some of them are good at all. And actually, 20% of studies on traditional Korean medicine are actually making use of electroacupuncture devices already. And this is a recent review from 2018. So my suggestion to you is device, electronic device, artificial intelligence based on big data, and personalized data collected from that specific person because he uses a smartphone, because he's using online tools. We are now talking about self-care in traditional Korean medicine. And is this a challenge? Well, yes. Is this the future? It depends. Is this a trend? Is this something that is starting to happen? I think so. And because of that, we need to be prepared. And how should we prepare? We should try to bring together traditional and digital. And how can we do that? Well, first, we need to think about the prerequisites. Ethics and patient consent are fundamental prerequisites for trust and relationship, which are the base, the stepping stone of any traditional medicine practice. You cannot lose trust and relationship. Data protection and data sharing. One concept that we use here in Europe is the FAIR data principles: findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. These are principles for big data projects. We can talk about that online. I have my email. You can contact me later. And then regulation. Hard law, eventually inspired, for example, in the European General Data Protection Law, but also soft law, like AI, ethical development considerations. And then the final idea, personal health data space. This should be the root of personalized medicine. Electronic health records for traditional Korean medicine and hybrid practice, hospitals, and the conceptualization of this personal data space and data portability is fundamental for building innovation around patients and their data. Because it's the data about us that makes us special, makes us personalized. And finally, bionics, the new body types, and reconceptualization of the typology. More and more people are changing their bodies. Finally, digital ethics means that we need to know what to do, what we should do, what we can do, and bring this together. And my final slide is to say that while digital can build changes in doctors and patients, while digital may mean we are facing new body types, bionics, and other changes in our body and our perception of our body and our mind, which should make us think and rethink, reconceptualize Sangsang typology and other concepts in Korean traditional medicine. I think this has important implications for new students. Students love technology. Young students love digital technology. And so bringing together these two worlds, traditional and digital, I think is key to the future of traditional Korean medicine, for sure, and definitely to a personalized usage of this medical practice. And I am free and available for questions now or later. Thank you very much.
So with this, we'd like to conclude the morning session of Chungbuk Korean Medicine and Precision Medicine Forum 2021. And we also had a MOU signing ceremony in the morning session. And I'd like to extend my gratitude to all the participants participating online and offline for your presence. So be sure to take part in the event I mentioned before. So from now on, we're going to have a lunch break and we will resume the session at 1. And we have 2 tracks for the afternoon sessions, and track 1 on Korean precision medicine will be live streamed on YouTube, and for track 2 on One Health, you can go to our website or search Precision Medicine One Health on YouTube. And this video is being live streamed on Semyung University's YouTube channel, so your participation would be very much appreciated. And for those who on site, meal box will be provided at cafeteria, so please follow our staff members' instructions. We will be back at 1 p.m. Bon appetit. Thanks for your participation. Thank you. Chungbuk Korea Medicine Precision Medicine Forum 2021 is being held, and we'd like to start the afternoon session. Hosted by Chungcheongbuk-do and Chungcheongbuk-do Biohealth Industry Innovation Center and organized by Precision Medicine and Medical Device Task Force of Korea National University of Transportation and Semyung University, Chungbuk Korea Medicine Precision Medicine Forum is being held. And we had keynote speeches in the morning session, and in the afternoon session we are going to have 2 tracks. Have you enjoyed lunch? So we have prepared very productive sessions in the afternoon, so please be sure to stay with us till the end of the forum. And track 1 on Korean precision medicine will be live streamed on YouTube. And for track 2 on One Health, you can go to our website or search Precision Medicine One Health on YouTube. And also, this feed is being live streamed on Semyung University's YouTube. Your interest would be very much appreciated. To prevent the further spread of the COVID-19, we are now holding this event in accordance with the social distancing guidelines with a limited number of people on site. Also, the forum is, as I mentioned before, being live streamed on YouTube. And now we have a lot of participants joining us online. Thank you once again very much for your participation. And we prepared an event as an appreciation. If you take a screenshot of this live streamed feed on your screen and upload it by scanning the QR code on the screen, then we are going to draw lots and send vouchers for coffee for 300 participants, which is a lot. And we will give an AirPod Pro to only one participant. So be sure to stay with us till the end of the forum. And as you can see on the agenda, we have prepared a lot of informative and productive presentations and sessions. You can also leave comments and or ask questions on YouTube chat. And for them, we are also going to draw lots to give 20,000 won voucher for bakery to 5 participants. Your participation would be very much appreciated. And be sure to receive presents as well as have informative information. So the first session is being held under the theme of current status of Korean medicine as precision medicine. We have prepared 3 presentations followed by 1 panel discussion. So please share your ideas and opinions on chat. So I'd like to introduce the first speaker, Professor Dongjun of Herbal Internal Medicine Clinic of Dongguk University Ilsan Oriental Hospital, as well as Director of Herbal Medicine Agents of Regional Drug Safety Center. Now we have him on Zoom, so he is going to deliver his presentation on Zoom. Professor Choi, are you there? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please, Professor Choi, go ahead.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Director Choi Dongjun of Regional Pharmacovigilance Center for Herbal Medicines. Thank you very much for inviting me today. Our center was established not long ago, but I'm not sure we can make some contributions to today's forum, but using big data, and I believe we will be able to give some help for precision medicine using big data. So our center is located inside the Dongguk University Ilsan Oriental Hospital. It's less than 1 year old, so you can see our office and the hospital on the screen. So in 2006, 3 regional pharmacovigilance centers were established as a pilot project designated by KFDA. And going forward, the number has increased, and now we have 28 centers in place around the country. And in 2013, KFDA changed into Ministry of Drug and Safety, Food and Drug Safety. And since then, regional pharmacovigilance name has also changed. So as I mentioned before, we have 28 centers around the world and 8 in Seoul and 5 in Gyeonggi and Incheon, and 1 in Gangwon, Daegu, Gyeongbuk 2, and 4 centers in Pusan, Ulsan, Gyeongnam. And also Korea Pharmaceutical Association and the Center of Public Healthcare are now in operation. And 26 out of 28 are hospitals, and Korea Pharmaceutical Association was designated as 27th, and the Center of Public Healthcare was designated as 28th Regional Pharmacovigilance Center in the country. Ever since the project has been started, the number of projects and the number of RPVCs and AE reporting cases has increased, and in 2018, about 170,000 cases were reported, and about a total of 250,000 cases were reported around the country. And pharmacovigilance centers include pharmacies, work with pharmacies and public corporations, study associations First, they are trying to monitor AE of drugs, and also they have another 3 tasks, including intensive monitoring and drug adverse effect counseling and promotion and education. When it comes to monitoring, they collect information and report such information. And when it comes to intensive care, we are carrying out surveillance on sensitivity for specific age groups. And we also give some counseling services regarding drug adverse effects. And if the consequences are worse, then you can report your cases and get some assistance. And also for promotion and education, inside and outside the center, we are carrying out many educational projects. So when it comes to drug AE monitoring, we are focusing on monitoring of herbal medicine created by hospitals, and also we are actively carrying on surveillance on ephedra sinica, and also we make assessment when it comes to the common data model based herbal medicine agents. So prescription and creating prescriptions and diagnosis have been using data. So the possibility and feasibility of CDM is now under assessment. And when it comes to counseling, our center provides counseling services by Korean medicine doctors. And also our staff members of the center carries out counseling services. And when it comes to education and promotion, so for the first time in Korea, we are the only one and the first herbal medicine dedicated safety center. So we need to educate our internal staff members. So taking this opportunity, I'd like to thank the organizer for inviting me today. So when reporting AE of drug cases, we provide 2 ways for report. First is using alert pop-up. Most programs requires you to enter some specific symptoms of patient. So you can always see alert pop-ups. So go to these alert pop-ups and you can enter AEs and you can enter agents. So you can search it as well. Then you can find prescriptions for such diseases or symptoms. And the other way is this. On the menu, you need to find report for drug AEs. You can find this menu. Of course, it is very natural, but there are more specific and detailed options available on this pop-up. Now, this is my name anyway. If you enter the name of a patient, then you can see drugs administered to the patient. So you can choose detailed options. With these 2 methods, AEs are reported. Then through our assessment system, those reports are assessed. You can see experts can make assessment on the report. Then organized content will be provided to the institute, Korea Institute of Drug Safety and Risk Management. And over the last year, we have been operating our center and facing many limitations and difficulties. So to secure the safety of herbal medicine, we need to secure data, and we faced many challenges in securing data. So let me talk about such challenges and limitations we faced. And I believe the content of this presentation will be very helpful for other hospitals that want to open centers like us. So we need to consider these elements. First, we only focus on and cover only drugs created and developed by pharmaceutical companies. So Western medicines are not our areas to cover. And also there are some medicines created by our internal centers. So there are a lot of prescriptions. So the number of prescriptions may face some limitations. And usually, compared to Western medicine institutions, Korean medicine institutions, the number of them is very lower than them. And also, even if there are many side effects, usually traditional Korean medicine does not prescribe many things. So as many as 2 or 3, less than 3 prescriptions are given. So when it comes to the number of medicines, it cannot be comparable with the Western medicine. So that's why the number of side effects is low. But the thing is, herbal medicines are too safe, and I believe some of you may relate to this. So it's hard to experience side effects. And also, there are almost no side effects occurred like Western medicines. And officially, there has been no side effects at all when using herbal medicines. So when it comes to prescriptions, and if you look at some herbal medicines prescribed, if you look at some old books and old handbooks, there are nothing that when it comes to side effects. So also those content is not based on data. So instructions or warnings or side effects cannot be explained in an objective manner to patients. And I'm going to come back to here later. This is the prescription. The first prescription, as you can see, this drug information is not developed by us. It is provided by pharmaceutical companies. If you look at some acid materials, you can see some side effects regarding this disease, including low kalium, pseudoaldosteronism, which is about a lowered potassium level. So every prescriptions including this specific herbal medicine include this, but some specific herbal medicines do not include this. You can see some toxic prescriptions. Of course, you can see some herbal licorice, and there are some allergic reactions. But it's hard to say that it is a specific side effect of this. And you can see some free yellow for this packed herbal medicines. And also there is a constipation medicine. And it says it may cause, you need to talk to your Korean medicine doctor if diarrhea or stomach ache occurs. But this kind of instructions are included in almost every prescription medicines. And also you can, so 사상 typology prescriptions and warnings and instructions are included in this. So mild headaches, you can see some indications. And it says those who have stomachache should not take this. And those who sweat a lot, you should not take this. And also you can see another specific Korean medicine. But there are not instructions at all regarding side effects. So there are no information for patients when it comes to side effects. But it is really hard for an individual Korean medicine doctor to create some side effects regarding prescriptions. And the way Korean medicine doctors prescribe is very safe. Indeed, Korean medicine doctors are practicing very precise medicine practice. after prescribing, patients should improve. Their condition should improve. They should be able to get to sleep well, and there should be not uncomfortable things. And it is quite surprising to see some patients taking acupunctures without showing any pains. And I believe many Korean medicine doctors are also relating to this. So usually there are almost no side effects of packed herbal medicines. And I believe almost all of you know how difficult it is to improve the number of report cases. But we should not ignore this. Of course, there are some advantages, but we need to respond to properly. Indeed, we are focusing on agents provided by pharmaceutical companies. And no matter how many ingredients are in it, usually that such agent is regarded only one. But there are many other Korean medicines with same names, but they do not have, they are not prescribed for the same disease. So we need to make assessment. We have to make assessment for individual agents. Indeed, agent medicines have more side effects than packed herbal medicines. But it is quite vague to how to assess them. And as I mentioned before, Korean medicine institutions are quite small size, so we need to carry out this kind of project for a long time. And higher safety means that we should actively find side effects more. So we need to educate Korean medicine doctors so that they can report more cases. And of course, it's fair. It's okay that traditional Korean medicine doctors can prescribe in a very safe manner. So studying and developing drugs, some AEs might not be identified during the development, so we need to find such side effects or side effects after those drugs are released into the market. So next is our prospects and the future directions. And in my opinion, we need, even if it is a small size, we need more regional centers around the world. So receiving reports from around the country is very difficult. Over 10 years ago, a center for Western medicine was established already. So we have two centers, one for Western medicine and the other for Korean medicine. Of course, Western Medicine Center reported some side effects cases of Korean medicine, but the number of it was very low. And also, even ordinary people can make reports, but that is usually not the case. And in 2006, Pharmacovigilance Center was formulated for the first time in the country, but before the establishment, the total number of report cases of Korean medicine side effects was 500, but now one center reports more than 500 cases. So reports must be accessible, easily accessible. So we need more regional centers so that they can create reports and deliver them to the government. And going forward, such a reporting practice aims to collect more data, but TKM requires more data because herbal medicine agents describes only efficacy, not instructions or side effects. So to revise that, we need collect TKM information as well. So many medical institutions are using electronic records, so it's quite easier to collect information, and it's more convenient than before to utilize such collected data. And through education and promotion activities, we need to improve our awareness. Indeed, the same goes for the Western medicine. Reporting side effects of drugs may be needed even if you prescribe properly, so Korean medicine regional pharmacovigilance centers should take different ways different ways compared to the Western medicine centers. But if our project is expanded, then going forward, packed herbal medicine, self-made, or some medicine for external applications must be covered by the center. So I believe the agent medicines are the safest. So our center is specialized only and dedicated to the agent medicines. So there must be some prerequisites. First, we need to make sure that herbal medicine agents must be standardized, and we need a database. Every time you report a case, then you cannot write it down and report it. So you need to be able to click and report. And there are many types depending on stages, and also depending on the origin, the efficacy of drugs may be different. So we need to make sure the data is a bit more clear going forward. So far I have shared my experiences and lessons learned after operating this pharmacovigilance center. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much for your informative. You talked about limitations and the future of the system, and also you mentioned about the future plans. And it was very informative since we were able to know what's going on the field. And the second presentation will be given by Professor Kim Jae-hyo of Wonkwang University College of Medicine.
He's going to talk to us about imaging diagnosis and Excel platform development for acupuncture and meridian education and acupuncture treatment. Professor, can you hear us? Professor, can you hear us? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You can go ahead and make your presentation. Can everyone hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Can you share your presentation material with us? Yes, I will. Yes, give me a moment and I will share my presentation material with you. We have invited Professor Jae-hyo Kim of Wonkwang University to make the presentation online. So he's using Zoom. We do rehearse in advance, of course, but in live broadcast, as you know, there are hitches like this. And we have 3 presentations prepared per session. And after the presentations have been made, we're going to have a panel discussion with the chairperson and the presenters. And we do see excellent participation, and you know how to ask questions or comments. Make use of the chatting window of the YouTube to ask your questions or make comments. It's very probable that the chairperson is going to choose a few questions to ask to the speakers. And if you could give us pictures that show that you have participated in the session, we're going to have a lucky draw and provide you with gifts. We have about 300 gifticons, and we have about 1 iPod. Yes, we are ready to begin, Professor. So I had a brief technical hitch. So let me express my apologies for this. I teach acupuncture and meridian points at Wonkwang University, and I have listened to the presentations before me, and I really enjoyed them. And also want to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to make my presentation. Today, I'm going to talk about development of diagnostic imaging and XR platform for acupuncture education and safety needle techniques, which is a project that we are conducting at our university. So this imaging content on how to provide these contents and how to provide them on the XR platform. And that would be the main or the key issues that I want to discuss with you. We have come up with this project because of this very prominent scientist from China in late 1800s by the name of Cheng Dan-an. He talked about resonance, which is the interaction between the patient and the clinician. And he also talked about attention and devotion. This is also from both the patient and clinician. And then he also emphasized so-called the mechanical stimuli. Well, acupuncture has, of course, a resonance effect. But what's really important is that we should be able to know which points mechanically we are stimulated with the acupuncture. Professor Hwang Sang of China has written this paper, and he has said that acupuncture or the meridian studies are very much related to the ancient surface anatomy studies. And he has referred to ancient scripts related to acupuncture. And he has given us a lot of examples of what needs to be studied. So acupunctures, meridians. And so the medical information that we gather are still very dependent on the surface anatomy. I think that's a limitation. But when it comes to medicine, what's truly important are safety and effectiveness or efficacy. And it is important we know the safety and the efficacy of the acupuncture points in order to enhance health of patients as well as to treat disease of the patients. And there is something that I want to talk to you about, as there's a saying in ancient China called marking a boat to locate a lost sword. So there's this person who was on the boat, and he was on a river, and he dropped his sword into the river, and he marked a point in the boat to be able to later on locate his lost sword, which is not quite smart. But we need to be smarter than that, especially when it comes to a Tafier's line or to Kobe's line. And when we use the imagings, well, we would this would be a landmark line on the fourth or fifth bones. But if we were just to touch them, most clinicians would make a mistake and mistakenly point or pressure the wrong line. So when it comes to acupuncture or meridian points, we should use more than the surface anatomical points. Then we would be making a mistake of marking a boat to locate a lost sword. And that is why Dr. Ilsan and many other researchers at Korean Traditional Medicine Research Institute have been looking into ways to establish safety of the acupuncture treatment and to enhance the accuracy of the acupoints. And they have been developing the medical devices to contribute to this. We have, of course, published a lot of papers related to this. And we are trying to use these publications when we are teaching our students. And I want to introduce to you to some of the efforts that we've made so far. When we are providing acupuncture treatment, there could be some of the issues that are related to so-called GB21 points. So how to recognize the acupoints? That's quite important. And we can identify these acupoints with the modern medical devices, not just the texts, but with the visual images. So if we could use ultrasound images like this, we would know the conditions of the patients. And we would have different images depending on the conditions of the patients. And so in the process of providing the acupuncture treatment, we have tried to find out which is the best position to be taken by the patient. We also try to identify the gender difference as well as the body type or the body style of the patient. And so in the process of acupuncture treatment, so if we have these sort of images, would it help to improve safety? Well, this study that we have conducted showed that not exactly. So when it comes to the safety of the acupuncture points, it is good, to use these images. I mean, these images are necessary, but does not mean that these points, knowing these images, do not always lead to better safety. And so we could use these images to transfer anatomy information to the students, but at the same time converge the modern and Western anatomy studies with the acupuncture or the meridian studies of the East, and also by doing so try to maximize the efficacy and safety of the acupuncture. So through this process, we can also develop a standards for acupuncture. So on the shoulder, there is an acupoint. And on the right-hand side, you see an image where we show the acupoint in the shoulders. So this would be a procedure that requires invasive intervention. So we can look at these two images. So one image is a blocking of the nerves. So that would be an invasive intervention in a way. And on the left-hand side, that's for the acupoints. And that's an images for to identify the acupoints. So by merging these two images, it would be possible to make the treatment points identified more accurately. And so meridian points, identifying the meridian points, acupoints, as well as the point of the treatment can be identified better with these images. And so with these pressure points can be identified with these images. And we can visualize these points with the ultrasounds. And for the GI treatment, we in Korean medicine use what's called the GV 12 points. It's more than simply treating inflammation in the GI tracts. We will be looking at the actual conditions, and we will be looking at different constitution of the patients. We would look at other organs related to GI tract, such as livers. And so we would be able to avoid potential risks in advance. And so we could also know more accurately if the symptoms that we see are more related to just the GI tracts or also is related to other organs such as livers. And we have recently heard some news about the incidents that have happened as a result of acupuncture treatments. But these images, I do believe, gives us opportunity to avoid that sort of incidents. And so there are 2 points here you see. And depending on the points, they may be at the various proximal locations, but there are different points, and depending on the points, the depth of the acupuncture should be different, and that can be done by looking at the images like this. And we are using these sort of images in teaching our students. And this is what the students have said after they have received this sort of education. So we put emphasis on sanitation and safety as we teach acupuncture. And especially with COVID-19, sanitation and safety have become even more important. Now students can ask more accurate questions as to where to point and how deep to point or to give the puncture points. And using ultrasound images, I mean, this could be indirect knowledge, but a student would be able to get rid of the fear that they have because they have not been able to see directly the tissue structure, the nerve structure, the organ structures of human bodies. And when it comes to acupunctures and overall Korean tradition medicine, I think the future may look like this. And this is a device that is going to be commercialized shortly. So using this sort of device, as it's going to be easier for us to teach the students about the acupoints as well as the meridian points and how to apply the acupuncture. And so far, their practice have been very manual. They have not been very digital. But now they need to have become, of course, more digital. Up until 2000, students were more watching. They were observing. But nowadays, students are able to visualize the acupoints and have a direct hands-on experiments or hands-on practice. And that, I believe, is a very important part of education. And as we provide education to our children, to our students, we need to provide diverse experiences. But unfortunately, when it comes to the materials, the educational materials, they're not they're readily available. And also, we have to think about the respect for human beings when we are trying to provide this sort of education. And at the same time, we have to understand the symbolic information that is provided by the traditional medicine. And also there is a very subjective understanding that needs to be taken. But however, if it could visualize them, it would be it would help us to be more objective. And as we move from analog era to the digital era, we need to be able to process the data that is collected. And with a COVID-19 pandemic, on offline education or will have to change. We are now providing more online education and training. And so how to provide sufficient and effective education when we are not able to provide face-to-face education, and also how to enhance safety when providing face-to-face education. Well, those have been main questions that we have faced since last year. And so we have come up with what's called XR acupuncture platform. The texts, these are now made into digital 3D models, and these contents are through a VFX made to track human body's points as well as the organs. And then we have merged them with the actual human body information. And we are using Microsoft technology here. And so in the field, it would be 3D acupoints and meridian points that is shown offline. But using HoloLens, we would record those points and then make them into a system. So we can make a metaverse acupuncture platform. I'm going to show you a video of what I've meant. I know, so it's going to be about a minute long.
지금 화면에서
As you can see from the screen, when students are practicing, they are using this particular system. So in the offline environment, students are using HoloLens to explore the acupoints on a dummy and in a virtual reality environment. And in that environment, the students would try to apply the acupuncture. Well, at this point, we only have the lower extremities. But I believe in the next 2-3 years, we will be able to do this sort of training for the whole body. So that's the dream that we have. And we want to build a metaverse and providing this sort of training, as well as providing these sort of healthcare services. And I believe that with this metaverse, we'll be able to enhance the safety. And based on the images, we will have more clearly identified acupuncture points, which can help us more objective understanding of the acupoints. And also, based on these images, acupuncture skills can be used for the surgical purposes. And we will be also able to develop a dummy system. That is a system that students can use to learn about the meridian as well as the acupoints. And I think we can use a personal AR glass to be used in acupuncture studies. So in this metaverse, the class will become an AR venue, and the students using virtual reality will be able to build a metaverse and will be able to participate in this metaverse anytime, and both in the real world as well as in the virtual world, the students will be able to study what they need to study at any time. And before COVID-19, I was able to take a group picture like this. Well, at this time, we may wear masks because of MERS, not COVID-19. But now, because of COVID-19, we're not able to come as a large class and to study and practice. But I do believe that we need to think about how Korean traditional medicine should evolve in this era of COVID-19. I want to thank our project members from XR Project and US Ultrasonography project teams. Thank you for your attention. This concludes my presentation.
네.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim, for your opinions. And you talked about the way and the path that the traditional Korean medicine should take going forward. So the last presentation is prepared, and then panel discussion will follow. We have the third speaker on site. So the speaker of this presentation is from Korea Institute of Oriental Medicine, which is one of the best traditional medicine institutes. Professor Sanghun will deliver the presentation under the theme of changes in the future medicine environment caused by AI and Korean medicine. Good afternoon. As has been introduced, I'm Sanghun from Korea Institute of Oriental Medicine. I believe many of you are quite interested in this theme. Now we are living in the era of AI. Then what will happen to TKM? Can we make both our ends meet with this job? So I'm not sure I can give you the right answer, but I can give you as much as information regarding what is happening in the field, and I'm going to talk about what we should do for preparation and what our TKM industry should prepare. Maybe if you are in the mid-30s or in your 40s, then I believe some of you may remember this on the screen. When you go to a bank in the past, and the banker manually calculated, and then the calculation results were written by the banker, and you need to put your put your signature on it. So this kind of system, traditional system, has changed into the digital one not long ago, about less than 30 or 40 years ago, but no one is currently thinking about this calculator, manual calculator. when maybe we need to think about worries regarding AIs. So you have money on your account, but it is on your computer. If the computer is not working, then what happened? Then you lose everything. What do you think? Which one is safer, on your hard disk or on your hard disk or on the paper? If you like analog things, then you may prefer to handwritten one. So when writing a paper or when writing a document, you need to write down your signature or you need your stamp. So in the past, for transaction, we needed to that. We had to do that, but now we do not this anymore because we have secured enough safety and security regarding hacking attacks. But many people say if we adopt AI in the medical area, then if AI may do something wrong, then I might be die. Or if a program embedded in an unmanned vehicle, if it works wrong, then we may be dead. But we don't think that risks are that high. Going forward in 20, 30, or 50 years, of course, if you go to a hospital, then AI will search the whole data, and with the best optimized data, doctor will make decisions. We cannot depend on just doctors' memories and experience, and I believe that kind of error will come. It is natural. If you take a flight, a pilot does not engage except takeoff and landing. But we do not worry about AI working wrong and doing something wrong so that a plane may crash. So what is important is not AI or person. We need to think about how we are accustomed to using AI. So this kind of traditional bank in the past became digitized. Then what is digitalization? Do you think this is a modernization of bank? I thought everyone would laugh at this point, but no one. We entered using a manual calculator, but now we are using typewriters. TKM doctors used to diagnose, but AI diagnosed for them. Do you think it is the advancement and modernization of Korean medicine, traditional Korean medicine? We need to think about it. So the modernization of a bank is this. If you go to a bank, then you don't have to write down something on a paper. And I believe some of you may remember, if you try to open a new bank account, you need to just sign on the tablet. And this, on the left side, you can see the map, precise map. Maybe if you are over 30 or over 40, you may remember what it is. Every driver's car has this. And every taxi driver remembers every roads and avenues. But now no one tried to memorize maps because every driver now uses GPS. But it is not the case. A driver using GPS is better than taxi drivers who used maps. And my father served as a public servant. Because he was a public servant, he knew almost everything and every road on the local community. So he knew some roads and avenues that GPS never knew. But that is an individual. But overall, GPS systems is far more efficient than drivers. And you can see these pictures, cab drivers of London. And you may remember Benedict Cumberbatch, an actor So if you watch Sherlock, then you can see black cabs. So black cabbies and drivers of them, they are quite proud of themselves because they have the knowledge, and they say the knowledge is better than GPS. Can I use laser pointer? On the upper left side, you can see a taxi driver learning it. It takes 2 years, about 2 years to 2 to 4 years to become a taxi driver in London because a driver needs to memorize every roads and they get tests every day. They study every day. That's how they become a cab driver and so they get paid about more than 100 million 1 year because they deserved it. So when the Uber emerged, the black cabby said they are far better than Ubers. But what happened? Black cabbies file a lawsuit against Ubers because ever since the establishment of Uber, they say their yearly salary decreased by £10,000 every year. But an individual taxi driver may defeat GPS, but overall, GPS system defeat taxi drivers. Maybe this article is released by 2016 from Labor Information Institute, and they talked about the likelihood of replacement of jobs. About 360 jobs were assessed, and they said AI could replace many jobs, and the result said that 94% of general practitioners could be replaced by AI, and only 0.10% of Korean medicine doctors could be replaced by AI. And some say TKM doctors could survive even if AI takes our jobs. And some say our jobs are never related to AI. So as I mentioned before, black cab drivers, they were proud of themselves, saying our navigating abilities are far better than GPS. And indeed, it's true because they find routes and ways better than GPS. But overall, that's not the case. Do you want extremely slow or extremely fast? Or do you want fast on average? Maybe many passengers want to fast on average. So from hopping up to getting off, Uber says it will cost how much of money? And we feel comfortable when using Uber because you don't have to worry about overcharging. But things have changed. But many general practitioners worried about this. AI could replace 94% of general practitioners. Then they say, what should we do in the future? But many TKM doctors, so it means that knowledge labor of doctors includes history taking. And then AI could use such information, but now AI is better in history taking, and because AI remembers more information than doctors, and they can search information faster than doctors. Rather than asking things to experts, Googling is far better and faster. Am I right? Yes, it is. I believe AI is that kind of automated version. So there are so many reasons for us to use AI. But as you can see on this slide, 0.10% of Korean traditional medicine doctors could be replaced by AI because there is a vast amount of complex information regarding the TKM. Uber improves every day because they collect data every day, but Yellow Cab has limitations because they cannot outperform humans, but that is not the case sometimes. And there have been so many medical AIs, I'm not able to introduce each and every solution due to time constraints. I'm going to explain a few examples. And before talking about that, I will share two interesting stories. Every year I visit CES, which is a forum. I'm not going there for new phones. So I usually going there. I used to go there for new forums for digital devices. So the buzzword was AI medicine, and digital health technology. And along with that, you can see the ecosystem, the word ecosystem. I'm not comfortable with English, but every time I took part in a panel discussion and every time a speaker present their presentation, the word ecosystem popped up. What is an environment? Why they are talking about the environment? But I found out that there is an AI and someone need to finance for further development and improvement of technology. So an economic cycle has not yet been established. So that's why the technology has not yet been commercialized and not expanded. So how should we solve this problem? And they have had discussions regarding this. And in 2020, I visited CES as well, but things have many things have changed. In 2019, they talked about digital health technology, but in 2020, they talked a lot about digital health platform. And second, they also discussed on AI medicine-based business models. The most interesting is that it is possible only in the United States. In Korea, if you go to a clinic in Korea, you need to go various hospitals. Sometimes you need to go some internet clinic and you need to go some nerve clinic, but that's not the case in the United States because it costs at least a few million won in the United States. So if you make only one wrong choice, then it could cost you more than 10 million won. So among many business models, you can see a model that analyzes data of personal. So it analyzes and recommends the best optimized way for treatment and visiting hospital. So that solution let people know the process of choosing hospitals, and that solution cost 2 million won, and it is far less expensive than going to hospitals. In Korea, no one would use that service by paying 2 million won. So depending on situations in Korea, totally different AI services are developed. If time allows, then I will talk about it or in other forums. So whether AI can be a part of our lives and our society, in a capitalized society, whether it can be served as a commercialized product, because it is very good when it comes to technology, but now it is being adopted. And in Korea, there have been many approval and evaluation of digital devices for medical services. So there are many companies, including Vino, developing AI medical solutions. So a long time ago, AI was developed to quantify and pinpoint the lesion of lungs. So cancer. If AI analyzes tissue analysis of a cancer patient, then the accuracy might be higher. So a long time ago, indeed, AI for images, for still images were developed a long time ago. In CES 2020, AI can make judgments and decisions and giving recommendations for moving images and live images. You can see a long head tendon. AI detects there is a tendon in the long head. It shows AI showing the size of cancer of thyroid. So it marks automatically and shows it to patients. So when it comes to medical image, AI is catching up very fast with us. And we can think in two ways. Maybe doctors specialized in image may be facing very difficulties, or image doctors should be better than those AIs. But with AI, you can scan through more than 100,000 images or 10,000 images. Then what should those doctors do? They need to upgrade themselves for better services. In the past, in a plant when people were suing, then now machines are doing that. So now people do only marketing and design. So making decisions regarding images is very manual labor. If it matches with this, then it is classified into A. If it is not, then it's classified into B. So you need to go above such kind of manual labor. So we should not worry about AI taking our jobs away, but we need to think about what we can do with AI. Of course, there are many machine and devices that can make decisions regarding MRI images. It is developed by Siemens. And hypertension treatment database, AI can learn it, and it can create virtual candidate materials. AI can learn videos of dogs, and they can create videos of dogs on their own. It is called hostile neural network. So that's how we were able to expedite the development process of new drug. And also AI can learn side effects DB. And if this AI is fed with such candidate materials DB, then they can choose and analyze some molecules. Then it can shorten the screening time. And you can see this. This is an application for personalizing a personalized message. So if there is a person who is alcoholic, and when this guy takes up bus number 7, then it always passes a restaurant. But if he takes bus number 21, then he doesn't pass a restaurant. So it can give some nudges so that the person can improve their health. So it would be better than giving him some drugs for alcoholic. So this kind of digital technologies and devices are being used for treatment, and it is a very interesting application. So due to time constraint, I'm going to be very brief. It is a computer listening a conversation between a doctor and a patient. So AI can catch symptoms of the patient and AI write charts. It is a program developed by Microsoft. Then doctor can edit some elements, and then if the doctor said click accept or agree, then then the process can go on. But if we collect enough data, then the doctor may not need to click agree or accept. So it is a story when it comes to the area of cognitive education. How to raise a genius, how to raise a talented young kid. Important is that the power of question. So the ability to ask a question is very important, which AI doesn't have. AI cannot ask a question regarding what is not being said, but doctor can think of many clues, even if a patient doesn't tell anything. So I believe that is the part and that is the area where doctors should improve. And in Korea as well, you can see a solution called Selvi MediVoice, which is doing the same. And I'm going to skip this due to the time constraint. Please remember this company, Ada, Babylon Symptomate, Babylon, and I believe Symptomate may be better for you. In an English-speaking areas, if you write down symptoms, then AI keep asking questions, and then finally AI make decisions that AI said you may have this kind of disease or symptoms, and it is quite accurate. So Babylon, a company I mentioned, in the UK carried out a pilot project. In Korea, when you go to a hospital, you just go to a hospital. But in the UK, you can find a service called 111. So you can get medical counseling from the government. There is a 111, a service called 111, provided by the government. So a company called Babylon entered into that service, and it went quite successful. So Samsung decided to equip their phones with AI-enabled applications. And also in China, WeChat mentioned that they will also embed those applications. So before going to a hospital, you need to enter your symptoms and then ask what kind of treatment you need. That would be our life. Then if that is the case, what is important is that now the applications on the phones are using many information, but what they want is they want to use the real world data so that they can give some information that prognosis of patients patients with similar symptoms have this. So many are trying to build a platform, and I believe HealthKit of Apple is the number one. If you upload your health information on HealthKit, then we will store it safely. And if you go to another hospital, then we will send your information to that hospital. So if you need, we can provide your data to other synchronized and integrated services. So no matter what you do, including accessing to your insurance policies, we will provide your information. But in Korea, individuals cannot handle their own data. Usually data is transmitted from a hospital to another. So I'm going to skip this in the interest of time. Should I talk about this? So it is about customized and personalized medicine. So it is about extracting a person's cells and give him many treatments and pick the most effective treatments. So they use some cell treatments for depressive disorders, and if it worked, then you should give it to those patients. So there have been many crossovers between the traditional Korean medicine and Western medicines. So as you can see on this slide, you can see Bristol and Manchester in the United Kingdom, for more than 12,000 children with allergies, they carried out a survey, and progression of allergy is going from eczema and asthma and hay fever, but they carried out some kind of advanced cohort study for 12,000, but it found out that there were 8 patterns, and depending on the patterns that your children are in, then you need to take different options So I believe this is quite not different from body constitution of traditional Korean medicine. So maybe for some students, probabilistic programming, so identifying latent structure would be better. So this is a TED video clip. So if you search personalized pills, then you can see this. There are responders and non-responders. We are currently ignoring there are responders and non-responders, but if you have a technology to distinguish responders and non-responders, then you can create medicine using in 3D and administer it to people. To a small amount of statin and beta blocker, ACE inhibitor. We mixed it, blended it, and prescribed it. And this is a called polypill. So it shows 72% less than the heart attack risk and 64% less than the stroke risk. So prescribing pills in a complex manner is not the only thing that traditional Korean practitioners do. So I believe I'm behind the schedule. Is it okay? Since I want to, there are so many things I want to talk about. So there is an insulin pump on your arms. So usually diabetes patients get shots for insulin shots, and they have no idea how resistant they are to insulin. But this application, this solution enables you to monitor your insulin level. So you can see, you can receive feedback, and then AI can learn regarding information on this insulin level. So finally, the error rate is quite very minimized so that you can easily manage your blood sugar level. So after injection, then AI can learn by scanning the level of blood sugar level. And you may be worrying about that you might die because of AI working wrong, but benefits from the technology and risks, I believe benefits might be larger than risks. So for this kind of AI to be developed, what is important is that, as you know, AI uses GPU, and AI engines are using GPU. And for AI to be developed, we need a sustainable infrastructure. We need enough data and infrastructure to build AI. But if those data is useless, then you cannot build an AI solution. So I believe doctors who will be at the highest group will be the one with knowledge regarding Western medicines and traditional Korean medicines. And also what is important is that you need to get data continuously. So sensing technology would be the most important one that could create more values. I talked about cases of Apple, but but Amazon is taking one more step. They established an insurance company. So the company can access, have a system that can access to information regarding a patient, what kind of pills they take, what kind of treatment they get. So I believe Amazon will do almost everything going forward in the future. And we need to think about how can we apply TKM to that kind of areas. In the past, experts' opinions were very important. If they say so, it is. But now, with the emergence of AI, statistic-based medical technologies are emerging. It's just been 20 or 30 years ago, and now we are living in an era where decision made based on big data is much more important. So for the development of AI, we need quality data collected without biases. And also we need treatment, we need results and diagnosis before and after treatment. And also we need standardized physical quantity. And if different people analyze and treat differently, then it is very hard to collect data. So moxibustion, the quantity of moxibustion is not standardized. Sometimes you use 50 milligram of aspirin, and sometimes you use 120 milligram of aspirin. So relatively, you need to find relatively stable moxibustion quantity. So you should not be a black cab driver, you need to be a Uber driver. So that's what I want to say. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Professor Lee, for your presentation. So that was the last presentation of the first session. Senior researcher Lee Sanghun of Korea Institute of Oriental Medicine talked about a lot under the theme of changes in the future medical environment caused by AI and Korean medicine. We should invite you for another forum, because since we are behind the schedule, but we were not able to stop you since it was so interesting. So many people say there would be competition between AI and person. Then what kind of strength and what kind of competencies we need to strengthen? And data capability and ability to sense and collect data will be very much important for creating added values for future generation. You talked about very interesting examples, and you also gave us very meaningful insights. And we will invite you to the panel discussion for further information. So due to the time constraint, as soon as we rearrange the stage, we will invite the moderator and panelists. So Chungbuk Korean Medicine and Precision Medicine Forum 2021 under the theme of Korean Medicine, Precision Medicine Now and Further is being held. Now you are on the track 1 under the theme of Precision Medicine. And we just finished 3 presentations of the session 1. And for those online, asked so many questions and left comments, I believe we were able to share your opinions. So we rearranged the stage. We'd like to invite all the moderator and panelists. First, Professor Song
자, 그리고 김희와 세명대학교 한의과대학 학장님 패널
will serve as moderator, and we have a Dean Kim Hee-hwa of College of Korean Medicine of Semyung University as a panelist, and Professor Choi Dongjun and Kim Jae-hyo and Lee Sanghun will join us as panelists. Please wear your mask. And I'd like to give the floor to Professor Song.
네.
Thank you for that introduction. In this session, we're discussing precision medicine and how well prepared we are for precision medicine. There has been sufficient introduction about the concept and the definition of precision medicine. Dr. Lee Sanghun has given us an excellent presentation on the concept and definition of precision medicine. And I think we need to be very efficient here, because I believe we have a lot to discuss, and I'm sure you have a lot of questions as well. So we have to think about the purpose, the intention of the session first. Maybe I should ask Professor Kim Hee-hwa, the Dean of the Korean Medical School of Semyung University, to give us the comments. Good afternoon. I'm Professor Kim Hee-hwa. I'm the Dean of the Korean Medical School here. And we have, this is the first time that we are holding this forum, and we have more people participating than we had anticipated. And in the morning, there were more than 500 live connections. And we've had also 500 people taking part through YouTube. So in total, over 1,000 people participated in this forum in the morning. And when precision medicine, this is a personalized, customized medicine for individuals. And precision medicine make use of genetic information as well as the environmental conditions, and collect the data. And the data is collected to provide more personalized of care. And now with the big data, with the AI, and with these technological advances, we are able to now get closer to providing precision medicine. Since we don't have much time, I will not be able to go into more details. But Professor Dongjun and Professor Kim Jae-hyo and Dr. Sanghun, well, I have a few questions. Well, Professor Choi, you have talked about the surveillance.
You talked about pharmacovigilance centers. So I believe data regarding side effects of herbal medicines is very important. And we have thought that most herbal medicines are safe, and we need to monitor those medicines as well. So I wish that kind of center could be established in Jecheon as well. So for us to establish that kind of center, what we need, what kind of conditions we need. So I'd like to ask this question to Professor Choi. And another question is regarding herbal medicines. You talked about side effects of them. Then, what kind of herbal medicines have side effects for what kind of symptoms or diseases? How can we identify that? So could you please answer this? And to the second speaker, Professor Kim.
You talked about using images about the XR platform to teach students about acupunctures and meridian points. And it was an excellent presentation and made me realize the advancement of technology. And I just have a simple question for Professor Kim. I'm the dean of the Korean Medical School here at Semyung University. So I'm really interested about the cost. So how much cost do you think will be needed to build such a platform? And we would like to participate in the project for the XR. What do we need to do?
And lastly, to Professor Lee, you talked about changes in the medical environment caused by AI. And you covered a lot of industries and areas. Whether AI can replace TKM doctors. I believe Semyung University Korean Medicine Hospital will be the first one that will adopt AI as a smart hospital. So I will spare no efforts. I hope you could help us going forward. So my question is this. Using AI for the Korean TKM, what kind of platforms can we use for that? Which platform is the most promising? So I'd like to ask you this question. So thank you very much. So you have prepared a lot to ask. So you asked some questions. Indeed, for panel discussion, we have all the speakers. So we are going to listen answers from Professor Choi, Professor Kim, and Professor Lee. So I'd like to ask you to give the answers to questions you were asked. First, Professor Dongjun Choi, go ahead. Thank you very much for your questions. So I hope also that another pharmacovigilance center is established in Jecheon. Indeed, I visited many centers around the country, and I was able to get many assistance from very renowned experts. And I believe Semyung University has carried out a lot of best practices among the society. So I believe I will do anything, I will do everything possible to help you. So usually you asked about what kind of reports are reported from our center. Indeed, we just discover and identify some reports. If you do nothing, then no one would report. So usually, I told many practitioners that report everything. So report diarrhea too. Report literally everything. But most reports are relevant. But sometimes there are irrelevant reports as well. You may have some stomach aches or after taking some pills for digestion, but indeed AE for so it doesn't make sense if you take a pill for digestion and you have a stomachache. It doesn't make sense, but you need to look at it in detail. If that kind of data is collected, then unexpected results might come up. So you should take a very conservative way if something is totally not relevant, unless it is totally irrelevant with others. So Professor Kim, please go ahead.
Yes, Professor Kim. I think you asked a very practical question. Thank you. Well, for this to become a reality, we need to satisfy the practical aspects. When teaching acupoints, using these ultrasonic images, well, we started quite humbly. This started from interest of an individual researcher and support from other researchers. And that helped to accumulate contents. And those contents have been able to be applied to practice or training. Now, some time had passed. Now we are about to focus on sharing these contents that have been accumulated so far. And as Dean has said, there are many organizations that are working to expand the scope of business of the Korean traditional medicine practitioners. And so what's needed to expand that scope can be acquired at a reasonable price. And as Dr. Lee Sanghun of Kyum has talked about commercializing these devices. And when these devices become more available in the market, then we would be able to use devices at a more reasonable price than is possible at this moment. And about this XR platform development, well, this is something that we're doing in our lab. And we started, as I said, we had a very humble beginning. And thanks to the science and technological advancement that we've seen in recent years, we have been able to implement the platform much quicker than we had anticipated. Well, we do, we have a very large online game market, a market that is almost as large as Chinese game market. That is because we have the necessary people or the talents that are able to do the development for the online space. And I think the same applies to this area. And so, professors, if you could accumulate and refine the content together and form some sort of collective intelligence, well, then I think that could be something that we could all do together. So I just said as this XR platform began as an individual initiative, but in the future, I believe that there could be a larger group of people working together for the platform development. And what I want to say is that this initiative that began by an individual researcher has now reached a point in its journey to become something that can be shared or further advanced. Thank you.
지금 이사
Thank you for your answer. Now we have Professor Lee. I'm a bit worried about that. I may be too talkative, so please be brief. Thank you. So using AI in the traditional Korean medicine, what kind of platform you can use? I believe indeed almost everything I mentioned today in my presentation could be applied for TKM. So you need to think about the domain you are going to use AI. So for Chuna practice, you may be able to use some AI for image detecting and AI for new drug development. Then it can be used for prediction of side effects and development of TKM medicines. But the thing is data. You may be able to use data from life coaching apps, or Watson can learn many studies and researches so that it can provide information to others. Indeed, we, Korea Institute of Oriental Medicine, is trying to collect almost all information or paper regarding TKM and try to create a DB of that data. So going forward, for your practice, if you enter information of a patient, then you will be able to see what kind of content is in the textbook and what kind of information you can have. So with such provided information, you can practice. And to make Semyung University Oriental Medicine Hospital an AI hospital, then you need a data infrastructure in place. It means that vertical data should be quantified and it should be collected in an objective manner. If you look at my presentation, there are some slides I skipped. So it is a text mine based application and solution. If a doctor decides that a patient has a white tongue or red tongue, that is not data, because if that decision is wrong, then it would be useless. So data must be collected with a standardized protocol. And from the last month of this year, we are going to distribute information and data. So far, if you take pulses, then you may say your pulse is weak. Maybe then, if a patient asks how weak it is, then you may have had answers. It's like a person in their 70s, but now you will be able to say that you are in the lowest 25% groups going forward. So if you can quantify some data, then you should. So by quantifying data, we are creating a DB. So if it is available to everyone, then you will be able to use it. But what is important is you need to collect data in a way that we collected our data. So data interoperability and objective data collection, if they are available, then based on this, AI will be able to be utilized in hospitals. Thank you very much. Due to time constraints, since we have only 10 minutes left, I believe there must be many questions from the floor. And also we received questions in advance, but I believe we should conclude this panel discussion. But as a closing remarks, I'm going to give some answers to questions I received before. So with my answer, I'd like to conclude my session first. AI cannot report in the first place, so you need to create a culture where reports are delivered. So you need to write down some reports in detail and in a careful manner. And second, so just like we need TKM standardized dictionary, and I believe EMR is being practiced on site, but the terms should be standardized and data collected, the amount of data collected must be large. And regarding ultrasonic waves, so enhancing some guarantees, or we need to talk about this because now we are working and practicing in a system that is divided into two. So how to utilize ultrasonic waves? So medical devices can be available to anyone, but the purpose of it should be clear, and we need to reach a consensus. So other than securing effectiveness and efficacy, so many scientists work together for research and to create evidence. And I believe there is much room for creating evidence. So safety, securing safety and efficacy. Other than that, we need creative and productive. We will be able to get creative and productive results. Once again, thank you very much for your presence. And going forward, we need to dream big. And in the near future, we are expecting to seeing many changes. So with this, we'd like to conclude this panel discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your closing. So panel discussion of the first session concluded. We had very insightful information. So also Dean served as a very great moderator. Thank you for your moderation. And we are going to have a short brief break. I believe all of you may be drowsy after lunch, so we are going to take 10. So we have prepared a light refreshment on the lobby. Please enjoy as much as you want. And please make sure to wear a mask. And if you have any respiratory symptoms or coughs, please let our registration desk staff members know. So for those who online, I believe all of you are well aware of how to take part in an event. Please leave your comments or ask questions on YouTube chat. We will give 20,000 won voucher for bakery to 5 participants. And if you take a screenshot of the live streamed screen by scanning and upload it by scanning the QR code, we are going to draw lots and give 300 vouchers for coffee, and we are going to give 1 AirPod to only 1 participant. We will be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
네, 여러분 즐거운 휴식.
I hope you all enjoy your break. It seems that time for break always passes really quickly. And I hope that although it was a very short time, it will help you to refresh. We're now going to begin session number 2, which is about application of big data and AI to the medical field. We'll have 3 presentations followed by a panel discussion. Well, AI is a buzzword, as you know, so this makes us very much look forward to the presentations. Our first presenter is Mr. Park Wei-jin of Acryl. He's going to talk to us about AI-based Korean medicine, precision medicine platform and what that is. Please welcome Mr. Park. Good afternoon. As was introduced, I am Wei-jin Park, the CEO of Acryl. I lead a company that works in the field of AI, and working very closely with many AI-based healthcare providers, as well as other types of medicine or medical related institutions. I'm also looking forward to a partnership with Semyung University. And what we're trying to establish with Semyung University is to build a platform that is related to Korean medicine as a precision medicine. And today, I want to talk about Korean medicine, precision medicine platform to be established here in Chungcheong, Bukdo. And so I want to talk about what this platform should look like. And I would also like to hear your opinions as to what this platform should be. And I want to compare the platform to navigation. And I have done this for some time. People use navigations for different purposes. And I think mainly there are three reasons. The map information, which is quite a lot. You don't have to memorize all that information if you have navigation. And when finding a direction, the most effective direction, or the most effective route is recommended. So best practice is applied here. And also navigation can free people from the task of finding roads or ways, and that time can instead be used for something more for others, something more productive. And this can be applied to the Korean medicine as well. The Korean traditional medicine has a long history, and there's so much that we need to study. Particularly a person like me, there's a lot to study. We do not. I mean, it would be nice, if it could memorize all that information and, be accustomed to it. But this sort of mechanical memorization, maybe we could be somewhat liberalized from this task. And there could be also best practices to Korean traditional medicine, because there's been such a long history. And it would be possible, to use these best practices if we could have something like a navigation in finding our way around in Korean traditional medicine. And with automation and with technology, we may be able to utilize our capabilities to do something else, to create other values besides just doing the diagnosis. And most what we do is related to a patient, and we are focused on enhancing patient experience. And I think we could spend more time with this sort of a navigation platform to work on improving patient experience. And what can help us here is the data technology. And this could be quite fundamental, but I think this is very important, critical, that we need to discuss further. And to change our medical environment means that we have all these information that is going to open a completely new horizon when it comes to medical practice. I mean, people know about precision medicine, and people know that there are different definitions when it comes to precision medicines. But I think there are roughly two definitions. And this means more precise medical practice. And to be more precise, of course, we need more information. So in medical practice, we need to increase the amount of medical data to be used. And for a precision of diagnosis and analysis, how should we use data? So our attitude towards the data will change with the precision medicine. With this changed paradigm, we want to provide more customized and personalized medical services. So this would be more a precision targeting. I think this is ultra personalized medical services. More information will be used for more appropriate personalization. So when we have too much data, what are we going to do? I mean, when there's a lot of data, what are we going to do? This is where we need IT support. And due to the pandemic, we are under the control of offline online and virtual environment. And so there's this wall between the patient and medical practitioners. And so technology will have to play a role to overcome this sort of a barrier. So what we need here is a platform. I think we talk about platform in our everyday conversations, but nobody can define it quite clearly. Platform is where the value begins, where the value is exchanged, and this is also where our destination is decided. So platform in IT infrastructure is an efficient support and resource management done on a software infrastructure. So it is a software infrastructure, and this the role of platform will become even more distinct in AI. Dr. Sanghun of Kyum is leading this project quite actively, and so we're trying to produce AI Korean medicine practitioner. This is what it looks like initially. There are things that AI needs to do. And one is to build knowledge. It has to build a lot of knowledge. And this is based on the philosophy that precision medicine requires a lot of information. And so the existing information and knowledge and all the related data will have to be built into a base. And so we call so knowledge base is a space, where all these data is stored, and it is stored in one place so that we are able to search for them, and also to be able to provide answers to the questions that are posed to it. And so this will be more of an automatic questions and answers. Well, it doesn't exactly have to be automatic, but questions that we want the answers for will have to be taken care of. And questions and answers.
서비스 중에 이제
What we need is one of them is a chatbot. So looking at somebody's prognosis, we could ask a question. So if you could ask, you could get information from a patient, and with that information, AI could do analysis to be able to determine what the prognosis is going to be. So collecting data and identifying the features of data. Well, that's what we call labeling, tagging, or annotating. So we need labeling tools. And we also need somebody to do a labeling for the data. And then with the labeled data, we're going to build a knowledge base. And what we need is ontology. Ontology is a knowledge that explains knowledge. So to be more accurate, we explain the knowledge structure. A person would have a gender, for instance, age, and things like that. That's a metadata. So that is an ontology. So the disease name, the symptoms, and all those sort of information will have to be identified, and then the information will have to be collected according to to that sort of structure, and there has to be, of course, analysis done afterwards after the data has been collected, and that's where we need the AI, and of course we'll then be providing the services to the patients based on this sort of data, and what we use at this point would be chatbots. And this has to be done in an integrated world, and all of this begins from a platform. An ontology is like this. There's an ontology of Jimmy Carter in Wikipedia, where Wikipedia is a good example about knowledge. Where for Korean traditional medicine, we do not have a Wikipedia yet, but that's something that we need to develop. And the information that we have, the knowledge that we have, will need to be made into knowledges. And in order to do very detailed labeling, we do need supporting tools. And we are working with a life insurance company to do labeling. So, but in the interest of time, I will skip this portion of my presentation. And this is math, a tutor, a chatbot for the elementary school students. There has to be a knowledge base to begin with so that a mathematical question posed by the students can be answered. And about classification and forecasting. And what you are looking at is a forecast related to natural language sentences. And so reading the sentences, you would know this is something that is related to politics. But this, if it's something related to the symptom of a patient, then the topic of recognition would be about a particular category of a disease. So these sort of deep learning or machine learning models would have to be embedded in the platform that we're discussing here today. So preparing the data and applying ontology and labels and to make it meaningful data, and then train the data and then assess the trained AI and then do the deployment. And all these processes are very closely linked, and all these processes need to take place on a single platform to enhance overall utility of the system or the platform that is going to be built. And so a platform is essential for a precise Korean traditional medicine. So it's a software that's essential. And this is an article that I have written back in 2018. So platform has to have these features. It has to be able to manage physical resources such as the servers. And the logical resources which goes on these servers will also need to be managed. And there has to be a process. There has to be a workflow or the sequences. And they should be realized through a very easy interface, such as clicking on them. And so we need to make data transparent or the technology transparent to us. And that is done by this platform technology or the AI platform technology. Let me talk to you about Jonathan. That's our company's AI. So it understands the data and prepares the data. I mean, that's when we are converting the data to provide to AI. And we do modeling, that is to create an AI. And we also need to do assessment or evaluation of the AI that we built. And so it's a step. There is a service that is needed to understand data. There are all the papers, numerous numbers of papers. We need a tool to analyze in different topics and different information on these publications. And also we would also need annotation labeling tool. And about modeling, we should be able to use AI models. And so those models should be available on a platform. And then all we have to do is to choose a model to use. And one of the models could be for the conversation, one could be to build images, and one is to analyze the prescriptions. So there should be different AI models on this platform. And in case, it would be nice to create a chatbot easily. And so we would need a service that would be driving all these processes in a consequential manner. And so that's all done on a platform. And this is CRISP DM process that is quite famous when it comes to AI, and this we developed in Germany. And so we have been working with an ENT to analyze the thyroid. So we look at the thyroid images, and the specialist would do the labeling of the nodules of the thyroids, and then these nodules will be diagnosed by the AIs later on. The specialists will have to do it just once, and this would require a lot of refining and a lot of going back and forth with the systems software. And we need work very closely with we need to have a close collaboration between our AI experts and Korean traditional medicine experts. And so to have a Korean traditional medicine as a precision medicine, President Moon Jae-in has announced a strategy to have an AI industry development, and the president talked about us becoming a nation that best builds and utilizes AI, and we would have to do that in the Korean traditional medicine. And we do have all these technologies. And those technologies will, of course, will have to be developed or adapted to the Korean traditional medicine for cosmetics, for bio, for life science. And so we do have excellent infrastructure here in Chungbuk. And so maybe Semyung University could lead the initiative to build a platform for a precision medicine platform for traditional Korean medicine. And I think that Semyung University has excellent infrastructure in terms of the system as well as in terms of talent pool. And so I believe that Semyung is an excellent venue where that can become so-called the birthplace of Korean traditional medicine as a precision of medicine. So let me try to summarize what I've talked about so far. So Korean traditional medicine as a precision medicine requires our a shift in terms of the way we look at data, as well as technology. And so we would have to look at data and AI to provide more personalized medical services. And here, the core or the point is the platform. And on that platform, of course, we would have to have meaningful data. And I sincerely hope that AI-based Korean traditional medicine as a precision medicine center will be built here in Jecheon and be able to provide diverse, intelligent Korean traditional medicine services as a precision medical services. I'm sure there's going to be a service cloud, and there will have to be some sort of intelligent traditional Korean medicine center, and it would have to take care of technical support as well as education and training. And there would also have to be actual operation of the medical services, and there has to be also physical and logical support for the creation of the data and ultimately establishment and operation of the platform. I know I've talked quite long, but I finally come to the conclusion of my presentation. You are all students of Hee-Jeong. I'm a student of Alan Turing. And I hope that these two geniuses of two different disciplines will meet and give birth to Korean traditional medicine as a precision medicine. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was an interesting presentation. That was a well-structured presentation. And the merger between Alan Turing and Hee-Jeong, he said, is the Korean traditional medicine as a precision medicine. As I understand, we absolutely need a platform.
하겠습니다.
So we'd like to move on to the second presentation of the session. Strategic Planning Director Hyunkyung of Bestian Hospital will deliver her presentation under the theme of digital healthcare and traditional Korean medicine. Good afternoon. I'm Hyunkyung from Bestian Foundation. There was a picture of me. I was so surprised because I thought it was a totally different person. It was me a few years ago. I changed a lot. So on the way to here, I found that the way we educate people has changed a lot, and I believe all of you have taken many courses online, and recently I usually give lectures online, non face-to-face, so I thought it would be quite light, but being in here, it got me thinking a lot. So my presentation's theme is digital healthcare and traditional Korean medicine, and I thought a lot about today's audiences. Maybe today's audiences include many experts in the area, but I can see so many students here, and I started thinking very complex after listening to Mr. Park's presentation. I was supposed to talk about the digital healthcare industry and the Korean medicine and precision Korean medicine platform carried out by the Semyung University, but having seen students here today, indeed, my children is 24 years old, so rather than not only industrial things, but I believe it would be good for me to talk about a lot other things. I have only 20 minutes, but it would be very meaningful if at least one of you have thought about a lot and changed the way you think, then it would be very meaningful. So I'd like to talk a lot about the future we are going to share. So the theme, as I mentioned before, is digital healthcare and traditional Korean medicine. And 5 years ago, since I have a lot of interest in TKM, visited traditional Chinese hospitals. They practice Western and Chinese medicine at the same time. They have different educational courses. So I thought it would be good for us to practice Western and Korean medicine at the same time. But of course, that might be impossible at this moment. But using AI, using digital tools, it would be very meaningful and it would be possible. And second, I believe Semyung University is the first institution that comes up with the concept of Korean precision medicine. I believe, depending on today's forum's results, I believe the future of Korean precision medicine will change a lot. And I've been in the Western medicine industry for the last 27 years. So if I talked about the term Western medicine, then many general practitioners said there's no Western medicine because there is a huge gap between TKM and Western medicine. But from a perspective of a patient, treatment is what matters. So I'm going to share some experiences I had in Western clinic. So personalized treatment can be done better in traditional Korean medicine clinics. So I'm going to talk about digital healthcare. So people have fought with each other a lot regarding digital healthcare. But I believe digital healthcare is not something special, and there's not something new when it comes to digital healthcare. It is a part of healthcare, and I believe IT, big data, mobile, as those concepts have emerged and developed, they can make healthcare more convenient service. Healthcare, digital healthcare, mobile healthcare, telemedicine, you can see many concepts. Then which one do you think is the most close to TKM? In the past, a doctor usually took pulses and prescribed, but now the world has changed. There are so many other methods. Then how can you treat patients better? This is what you need to think. So let's go back to digital healthcare. Then, in which part TKM is competitive? So globally, there are 4 areas digital healthcare market. First is telehealthcare or telemedicine. And I believe Korea is the only country that telemedicine is not allowed. And recently, the Society of TKM agreed that they said they agree to telehealthcare. And I believe when soap drama called Hojun was very popular, and after it was aired, and I believe TKM Society started thinking that they need to think out of the box. They need to find new way. And the second area is mobile health. Mobile, all of you and also myself have mobile phones. And third is health analytics, and the last one is digitalized health systems. There are many concepts, but the most mobile healthcare and telehealthcare are the closest things to our patients. Telehealth and telecare. Telehealth is about diagnosis, and telecare is about checking whether patients take pills properly or not. So telehealth could be a new part of TKM. This is my opinion. So I want you to think about how to combine telehealth and TKM. And in a TCM hospital, big data, AI, I'm going to talk about and show how TCM hospitals think about AI and big data later. So as you can see, digital healthcare is evident. And I believe while you are practicing digital healthcare, there are many things you need to consider. First, as I mentioned before, I'm from Bestian Hospital, which is a Western medicine hospital. But one thing I'm so sure is about big data and AI and digital is this word. You must learn this. It is not a choice, it is a must. So I believe one thing that Semyung University must do is to quantify your experience data for the utilization of big data. And as I mentioned, this is a must, not a choice, because AI is electricity. So you need to provide services, which is a refrigerator. So you need infrastructure to provide electricity for such infrastructure. So indeed, I was not aware of AI when I first met Mr. Park. I didn't know what AI is, but Mr. Park said electricity. AI is electricity. So with that theme, I have studied and researched a lot. So AI, big data, are infrastructure. It is not a choice. So to provide quality services, you need this infrastructure. This is the foundation. Then in the digital healthcare, there are three core values, core pillars. First is digital literacy. So you need to make sure that digital literacy is not decreased, and you need to make sure that people can use it easily. And second, developers or AI or big data person make this kind of mistakes well. It is quite good, saying it is quite good, but using AI and digital treatments are being developed, but indeed the efficacy of the existing medicine was 100, but digital treatment's efficacy is 50. Then you need to make sure that digital treatment is as effective as the existing one. And third, interoperability. If you went to a hospital A and B and C, if they have different data, then it would be very difficult to get diagnosis. And one of my friends came to me and said, I want to study Western medicine, because for me to study TKM, I must first see how Western medicine practitioners do their practice. So now he is doing very well at his hospital. Indeed, he is treating patients not with TKM. He just treating patients. So interoperability is not about Western medicine or Oriental medicine. So it is about data and people. So let's look at digital healthcare's 4 trends. First is, what is precision medicine? I believe it is a personalized medicine. Then what is good about it? So what is important is providing personalized care and treatment to patients. And fourth, digital healthcare and mobile phone is very important, because we need patients' engagement. If you develop a service or if you practice digital healthcare, providing services in one way is not what patients want. Because if patients do not want it, then they think it as useless. So this is what you need to do. And if you look at telehealth and telemedicine systems, you can see services provided teledoc, health, and on-demand and care. In the past, before the COVID-19 crisis, when we carried out a survey on telemedicine, many respondents said 30% would said yes, but now 80% of respondents said they would do telemedicine, because we no longer need to go to hospitals. After the COVID-19, we don't need to go to a hospital. You don't need to take purses, but patients want the same services they had before. So we need to keep up with this pace. And now we are studying with wearables. Wearables are very important, because patients don't have to enter all input data. Now they can collect data very easily, and this concept is called SAMD. Drugs and pills in the past were created using kind of chemical reactions. Now we have some software for treatment, and some of them were approved by US FDA, and they are actually used for treatment. In particular, for psychiatric, it is being used. So you can treat patients with software. This is something new that we've never thought before. And also those softwares are divided depending on the risks. You can see a picture of retina for diagnosis, and as I mentioned before, software medical devices, of course SAMD, but in the digital healthcare, you can find a concept called digital therapeutics. So while playing a game on tablet, you can take some pills. It is a soft pills, smart pills. So digital therapeutics not only means X-rays, but software therapeutics to treat and diagnose patients. And it is a digital treatment device for PTSD and panic disorder. So it was validated that it was quite effective and effective. It is approved by the US FDA not because it is effective, but in the United States, digital healthcare is pursued because it costs less insurance premiums, because it costs less pills. It needs less pills, and it also costs less payment. So as you grow older, as you get older, it costs a lot for insurance premiums. So it is attracting very many attention from the United States. It is the patient's health records. It is about patients holding their own records. In Korea, we are not able to hold and control our own data, but in Sweden, it is done very well, so they can make an appointment with their own records. And you can see a pretty nurse here. It is a chatbot, and it has a conversation with the patient, so it can figure out how the patient feels, and also this AI can provide treatments and provide treatments. So you can see a doctor and a patient. It is quite very actively used in the it's actively used. But if we collect some more data, then its performance will be improved going forward. So for the rest of the 5 minutes, I'm going to talk about traditional Chinese medicine. It is a hospital in China, in particular in Shanghai. So the characteristics of TCM is 4 types of diagnosis: inspection, palpation, history taking, and auscultation. They are quantified into quantified data. In Western medicine and the Korean medicine, the biggest difference between them is that Western medicine has quantified data, but TCM or TKM has no quantified data at all. So for us to develop further, TKM should pay attention to data more, and you need to think about how to utilize those data. So at this hospital, a lot of AI technologies are being used for diagnosis of patients so that it can support doctors. It's called diagnosing with senses. So with similar cases and similar symptoms, you can make diagnosis. It was created in 2014, but it is not yet commercialized. And there might be some technological reasons behind it, but I found out that it is still not yet commercialized. And it is a research conducted in a hospital in Beijing. So some diseases are classified into the same one in the Western disease, but that's not the case in the traditional Chinese medicines. So you can see an algorithm that divides the disease, pneumonia with cough and dyspnea, into 2 types. And the third is with genomics. You can practice with genomics, and I believe Professor Shin have discussed with me a lot about genomics. So genomics, transcriptomics, and proteomics and metabolomics. So if some parts of genomics is high, then you can say the patient has a spleen disease. So if you read this article, then you can find information depending on how to practice acupuncture. You may see different efficacy of treatment. And next is taking pulse, AI taking pulse with AI. You can see the 3 graphs on the right side. Its accuracy is about 84.2%. And after seeing this, I'd like to talk about this and some some of our intern said the former two were very attractive, but he asked, do you have to pay this much for this? But what I want to say is that having a good technology is good, but we need to know what a patient and the market want. Since I'm a doctor as well, and we need patient consent, but we need to think about just practicing with good technologies. And next is tuna treatment with AI. You can see a robot. It is a bit different from taking pulses. So a doctor practice tuna treatment and AI learns how to practice it. Then the AI can mimic what the doctor did and practiced. But it depended on only the hands of doctors. But for better treatment, we are trying to use AI. So with data, we can practice acupuncture or tuna treatment in China. So this concludes my presentation. While preparing for today's speech, I thought whether precision medicine and TKM fit with one another. So we used some feelings for TKM, but the future directions that TKM should take is about building data and using AI. And many patients are tending to go to a Western hospital because Western medicine hospitals have references. So evidence-based practice is very important going forward. And what you need to think in the future is that big data, precision medicine, and there are many thoughts about that, and I believe all of you should join it. And the biggest beneficiary would not be the Semyung University, but you, when center is established in here. And I believe if you make efforts a lot, then Semyung University will be the global number one Korean medicine university. But I believe, just like Korean medicine, I believe you will be able to create a new market for TKM market. And I wish all of you, and I hope you will be able to study AI and digital things. Thank you very much for your presentation and your opinions. And she also mentioned about the future directions you need to take. And TKM should collect more data and it should be more systematic. So I totally agree with that. And thank you for your presentation as well. So I'd like to move on to the third presentation.
Answer to tip.
And our third speaker is a senior scientist at Philips Research. His name is Tim Hulsen. He's going to talk to us from big data to precision medicine.
Hello, my name is Tim Hulsen, and I'm a senior scientist at Philips Research in Eindhoven, the Netherlands. Today I will talk to you about from big data to precision medicine. So first we go to the introduction. Advances in technology have created an increasing ability to multiplex measurements on a single sample. This may result in hundreds, thousands or even millions of measurements being made concurrently, often combining technologies to give simultaneous measures of DNA, RNA, protein, function, alongside clinical features, including measures of disease activity, progression and related metadata. Big data experiments are being defined as hypothesis-generating rather than hypothesis-driven studies. And while they inevitably involve simultaneous measurement of many variables, they do so in an attempt to describe and probe the unknown workings of complex systems. If we can measure it all, maybe we can understand it all. By definition, this approach is less dependent on prior knowledge and therefore has great potential to indicate hitherto unsuspected pathways relevant to disease. So now I'll explain to you what is hypothesis-driven research and what is data-driven research. So in the classical method, you actually do hypothesis-driven research. And nowadays, it's more about data-driven research. Now, what does that mean? Some people say, okay, you don't need the hypothesis anymore, it's no longer necessary. Other people say, data-driven approaches are actually just a distraction. And I think neither is true. Hypotheses generate data, and data generate hypotheses. And this is what you can see in this figure here. So actually both methods are needed to get to the synergy of hypothesis-driven and data-driven experimentation. The hypothesis-generating approaches are not only synergistic with traditional methods, they are dependent on them. After all, once generated, a hypothesis must be tested. In this way, big data analysis can be used to ask novel questions, with conventional experimental techniques remaining just as relevant for testing them. So in this talk I will address some key challenges about pharmac data to precision medicine. And here's a full list here, but I will have actually one slide for each of these key challenges. So I don't need to mention them here, I will just continue the presentation. So the first challenge is access and technical considerations for harnessing medical big data. Why has big data not been more widely leveraged in healthcare? Well, compared with big tech companies like Amazon, Google, Microsoft, for the most part the situation is different in healthcare. Medical records with private information are carefully guarded and not openly available. Data are siloed, with no central sharing to allow the velocity or volume of data required to exploit big data methods. Medical data is also complex and less usable compared with that being provided to large tech companies, and therefore requires processing to provide a readily usable form. Also, the technical infrastructure to allow movement manipulation and management of medical data is not readily available. So broadly speaking, there are major barriers existing in the access to healthcare data. And to improve this translation of existing data into new healthcare solutions, a number of areas need to be addressed. For example, the collection and standardization of heterogeneous datasets, curation of resultant clean data, prior informed consent, and also the ability to provide the data back to the healthcare and research communities for further use. Industry versus medicine, barriers and opportunities. So of course hospitals have electronic health records, EHRs, and that contains data that is structured and non-structured. And they also have technologies to deal with that, and these are required to allow each interpretation. In hospitals you have multiple data sources, from clinical sources, laboratory tests, imaging data, genetics data, etc. And these may be combined in a clinical domain and provide intelligence not derived from any single data source, but from combined sources. You could have a central data warehouse, and that will provide a site for integrating varied data, allowing curation, combination and analysis. Currently, such centralized repositories are not existing in the clinical information technology infrastructure within the hospitals. So there is a need for newly installed information technology systems within clinical domains to ensure there is a means to share data between the hospital systems. So on the right side you see a picture where you have the clinical data on the top, the genomics data, imaging data and digital pathology data, and these often need to go to an anonymization layer to underpin the data warehouse, where you can re-query the data for research. Philosophy of data ownership. So the medical institutions are actually data custodians, because the data is still the property of the patient, and the access and use of the data outside of the hospital requires patient consent. So this also means that the data cannot be exploited rapidly, because all the data is in clinical records. While retrospective hypothesis-driven research can be undertaken on specific anonymized data, as with any research, once the study has ended, the data should be destroyed because of privacy reasons. However, if you have prospective consent of the patient to store and use that data, that would be a much more powerful model. It will allow for the accumulation of large data sets and allowing the application of hypothesis-driven research questions to those data. Alternatively, you could ask the patient to give them a blanket consent, so that the data can be used to answer any research question in the future. Nowadays there are some regulations regarding data sharing. So in May 2018, the General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, came into effect. This is a European Union law which applies if the data controller, so the organization that collects data, data processor, the organization that processes data, or the data subject is based in the EU. For science, this means that all studies performed by European institutes, companies, and/or European citizens will be subject to the GDPR, with the exception of data that is fully anonymized. GDPR puts some constraints on data sharing. For example, if a data controller wants to share data with another data controller or a data processor, then an appropriate contract needs to be in place. Penalties for non-compliance can be significant. GDPR fines are up to 20 million euros or 4% of annual turnover. GDPR might make it difficult for the European Union to compete with other big countries or areas such as US and China, who have less strict privacy laws and are moving ahead in producing innovative healthcare technology. Within the GDPR, the data subject also has the right to be forgotten, which means that if the patient requests so, then the data can be removed from all systems. So I think here we need a balance, actually. We need a balance between the privacy rights of the patient and also trying to improve healthcare using big data. Sharing of data, experience and training, the FAIR principles. So there's actually a paper published a few years ago in 2016, which defines the FAIR principles, and this is all about findability, accessibility, interoperability and reusability. So data needs to meet with all these 4 requirements to be called FAIR. And this is very important for research data nowadays, because this way you ensure that your data is compliant with GDPR rules, for example, but it can also be found, it's accessible, and it also means you can reuse your data so that other researchers can repeat your experiments. If you look at data sharing, it's actually a hot topic nowadays. So this is a graph on the right where you can see how the data sharing in the PubMed literature is increasing. So when you search for data sharing in 1980, there were much less than 0.1% of the PubMed publication discussed data sharing, while nowadays it's already over 0.4%. So data sharing is getting really important. Physical infrastructure. Healthcare institutions are well equipped with clinical IT, but often not with research IT to support big data. These are 2 different things. Exploitation of the new research environment will require a unique environment to store, handle, combine, curate and analyze large volumes of data. So you need some kind of clinical data capturing system, a repository. The EHR does not give the opportunity for deriving more complex data from datasets such as imaging and pathology, which gives the opportunity for further analysis beyond the written report. So you need a data warehouse to handle cohorts based on, for example, disease or age group instead of single patients. EHR is focused on one patient. You need a system where you can manage cohorts. Data warehouse allows secondary handling to generate cleaner, more information-rich data as seen when applying annotations and segmentation in pathological and radiological images. Data warehouse can do pre-processing of data to prepare for the application of big data techniques, including AI and machine learning. And artificial intelligence, if you want to do that on your data, also needs strong GPUs and CPUs, so computation power. Clinical translation. Current clinical practice will need to undergo change to incorporate new data-driven techniques. There may need to be sufficient periods of testing of new techniques, especially those which in some way replace a human action and speed the clinical process. Techniques not previously possible because of the sheer size of data being handled are likely to gain early adoption. A major player in achieving this process will be industry, which will enable the incorporation of hardware and software to support big data handling in the current workflow. If access to data and its analysis is difficult and requires interruption of the normal clinical process, uptake will be slow or non-existent. A push-button application on a computer screen, however, as an X-ray image viewer that seamlessly activates the program in the background, is far more likely to be adopted. The operation of an intellectual property system is being fundamentally changed by big data-based technical solutions. In the near future, automated patent landscaping may generate high-quality patent landscapes with minimal effort using machine learning. The bigger the better. Challenges in translating from big data. Just as the volume of data that can be generated has increased exponentially, so the complexity of those data have increased. So, for example, you have genetic variants, transcript levels, protein levels, metabolites, functional and phenotypic traits, single-cell data, concurrent transcriptomes and genetics or epigenetic modifications, etc. Integrating very big data from a set of samples or from a partially overlapping set of samples has become a new frontier of method development. What we see here is forge in the viral validation, the requirements for replication. And what this shows is how to overcome overfitting of your data. So if you look on the left, the top left picture actually shows that your model fits the data perfectly, but it is on training data. And if you apply it on test data, then it usually doesn't work well. So what you actually want is the bottom left picture, where you have a line, more or less a straight curved line, which really explains the division of these two classes almost perfectly, but not so perfectly that it is overfitted. So on the right side, you can see how you do that. You have different data sets, and you train your data first on, for example, the first 80%, test it on the second 20%, and then you shift the training and the test data around. And that works much better to prevent overfitting of your data. So on the right side, when you try to validate your data on a test set, this actually gives a much better results than when you only train it on the first 80% and test it on the second 20% only. So this is a way to get optimal model selection and prevent overfitting. Community service, the bigger the better. The development of international consortia and networks facilitating sample collection and distribution facilitate access to precious biomaterials from patients. Such biorepositories can provide access to carefully annotated samples, often including a wide range of assay materials and with detailed metadata. This can rapidly expand the pool of samples available for the generation of large datasets. It is not just biosamples that are increasingly being shared, but also data. In addition to the example networks above, the TCGA has generated integrated molecular data on over 10,000 samples from 33 different tumor types. Forming a community of researchers can do more than simply collect samples to be used in data generation. Harnessing the analytical experience of a community of researchers is the explicit goal of crowdsourcing approaches. Arguably, the most remarkable success in the field of big data receives almost no attention. Despite significant potential for the creation of protectable value, software developers have almost universally made source code freely available through open source tools that are frequently adapted and improved by the scientific community. Artificial intelligence and clinical imaging. In clinical imaging, data is already invariably digitized and housed in dedicated picture archiving systems. In addition, this imaging data is connected with clinical data in the form of image reports, the EHR, and also carries its own metadata. Because of the ease of handling of this data, it has been possible to show, at least experimentally, that AI can exploit big data to provide clinical benefit. Big data can provide annotated datasets to be used to train AI algorithms to recognize clinically relevant conditions or features. In order for the algorithm to learn the relevant features, which are not pre-programmed, significant numbers of cases with the feature or condition under scrutiny are required. Subsequently, similar but different large volumes of cases are used to test the algorithm against gold standard annotations. As AI continues to improve, it has the ability to recognize image features without any pre-training through the application of neural networks, which can assimilate different sets of clinical data. The resultant algorithms can then be applied to similar new clinical information to predict individual patient responses based on large prior patient cohorts. New data, new methods, new training. Increasing availability of data has been matched by a shortage of those with the skills to analyze and interpret those data. Including prior knowledge of relevant domains demonstrably improves the performance of models built on big data, suggesting that ideally analysts should not only be trained in informatics but also in biomedicine. So studies in the field of translation research usually collect many different data types. You have clinical data, imaging data, biosample data, molecular data, digital pathology data, and also data from wearables and more. To combine and integrate all these different data types, the scientist needs to understand both the informatics side, but also the specific disease area. And for that, actually many online trainings are available. So, let's discuss also the link to Korean medicine. So, traditional Korean medicine relies on herbs, acupuncture, and also moxibustion. So, of course, I needed to look into Google and Wikipedia a bit. They found that there was actually a Korean medicine scholar in the late 1800s who wrote a book about longevity and life preservation and Eastern medicine in 1894. And he actually claimed that because each person's natural constitution is different, the same disease must be treated differently. And he believed that medical diagnosis and treatment should be based on a person's typology, which you could read as DNA actually, rather than on symptoms alone, and each person should be given different prescriptions depending on the constitution of the individual. So this is actually a good definition of precision medicine. Each patient gets their own treatment. So this is actually without big data Korean medicine, but it is with precision medicine. It has the same end goal. So summary and conclusions. Big data refers to a hypothesis-generating approach, a complementary means of identifying and inferring meaning from patterns in data. An increasing range of machine learning methods allow these patterns or trends to be directly learned from the data itself, rather than pre-specified by researchers relying on prior knowledge. We need collaborative networks between academia and industry to share samples, data, and methods. Infrastructure capacity will require constant updating, while regulation and stewardship must reassure the patients from whom it is sourced that their information is handled responsibly. And finally, it is clear that the rapid growth in information is going to continue. Big data is going to keep getting bigger, and the way we teach biomedical science must adapt too. So acknowledgements, I'd like to thank all authors of From Beta to Precision Medicine, the paper which I referenced on one of the first slides, because they really created this content, and I borrowed a lot from that paper and also included some other information in these slides. But I would like to thank all the 8 other authors. Thank you.
네, 여러분.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So we are in track 1 of the afternoon session. We have just listened to all 3 presentations in session 2 of track 1. So we are discussing big data and AI application in the medical field. And I'm sure that this is an area that a lot of people are interested in.
앞서 말씀드린
And as I mentioned before, all the speakers, panelists, and moderator will have an in-depth discussion. So we have prepared a discussion session. So for those participating online, send us their opinions and ask the questions. So in this session, we are going to cover as much your questions as much as possible. So we have, with online participants group, we are currently having a forum, holding a forum for further development of Korean precision medicine. I believe we completely rearranged the stage, and I'd like to invite the 2 speakers and Professor Park Jung-soo as a panelist to the stage. We are going to have a discussion session. And the moderator of this session is Dean Lee Young-sung of Industry Academy Cooperation Foundation. and he's going to moderate the session online. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Dean Hee-Jeong of Industry Academic Cooperation Foundation, and currently I'm in Cheongju moderating the session on face-to-face. I vividly can feel how it is. And since indeed we are about 20 minutes behind the schedule, but with experts in the traditional Korean medicine, with CEO Jin Park of Acryl and Strategic Planning Director Shin Hyunkyung and Senior Scientist Tim Hulsen of Philips Research, we are going to have discussions. And they covered future-oriented presentations as well. And also we have one panelist, Professor Park Jong-soo of College of Korean Medicine of Semyung University. And we'd like to give answers to upload it on YouTube. And I'm in Chungbuk University, and so currently I'm holding Chungbuk University 70th years anniversary mascot called Urongi. I hope all of you have gone through a very formal setting of sessions, but anyway, with this, I'd like to start the session. I'd like to ask Professor Park Jong-soo to go first. Thank you very much for your introduction. Thank you very much for presentations. So I summarized something. In healthcare, the utilization of data has become a buzzword at a national level. And in 2020, in August, Data 3 laws were revised, and we created data usage guidelines, and health data and AI innovation strategy will be announced by the Ministry of Health and Welfare. And currently we are holding today's Precision Medicine Forum, but in other areas, Healthcare Future Forum and other forums are now being developed and prepared. So there are many problems in utilizing AI and big data because data is there are so many low quality data, and there are so many issues regarding data sharing, and we need to improve laws and regulations regarding data use, and there are many ethical issues that could be resulted from data usage. In particular, there might be some issues in collecting data. First issue is need to be addressed is ethical issues. You need patient consent because it is a sensitive information, but we are not sure whether patients will allow us to use their data. But if you need to share others' data with others, then you need, or TKM doctors must open their prescriptions. So usage and collecting of data without consent of patients, it's hard to collect. It may be impossible to collect data, and there are many characteristics of TKM, as you are well aware of. We are living in a small universe, so depending on prescriptions and treatment and acupuncture points, everything changes. So how can we collect data regarding that? So we'd like to talk about this with speakers. So, Director Hee-Jeong of Industry and Academic Cooperation Task Force, I believe you must have had thought a lot about this. And CEO Jin Park and Director Shin and scientist Tim Hulsen, I'd like to hear your opinions for further growth of this area. Thank you very much, Professor Park. So, the previous speakers talked about standardization issues in a new data era, and to process such data, platforms are needed. This is what previous speakers talked about. And recently, data labeling. This is a new area that could create new jobs. So data labeler, so-called, or data creators. And I believe these were covered by Mr. Park. So currently, I served as a director of a technological assessment institutions and also association. Facing with the fourth industrial revolution, the way Korean think, we need to think about this while building data. And now, currently, consumers are creating and interpreting data. So, as Professor Park mentioned, that sharing information sharing, and I believe in the area of TKM, just like other Western medicine areas, patient-driven data or supplementary foods and many types of herbal medicines could be taken by patients, and they can write down records, and such record could be big data, and such big data could be analyzed by AI, and that kind of era will come. So in that era, each and every one of us can can build big data. And as Professor Park mentioned that, I'd like to ask Mr. Park or Ms. Shin to add some comments to Professor Park's opinion. So I'd like to ask you to share your opinions.
그 저장님
Chairperson, Mr. Chairperson, may I try to answer your questions or comments? Well, nice to meet you. I think this is the first time that I'm meeting you, although this is I'm meeting you virtually, but I'm very pleased to meet you. And looking at the doll that you're holding, I feel I think I'm going to have beef for dinner. Anyway, I made the presentation, and Miss Shin also talked about made a presentation, and Mr. Tim Hulsen from the Philips Research in a way wrapped up what we have discussed. I think he has described to us all the challenges that are faced in implementing precision medicine. If you look at the presentation, he talks about the features or the characteristics of medical records, such as de-identification. And he also mentions the ethical aspects. And he talks about heterogeneity of the data sets. That means that there's that these data sets are different. And he also talks about the need for the technical infrastructure, which we are lacking at this point. And so he has talked about all these different barriers that need to be overcome to do precision medicine. And so in a way, he has identified the difficulties or the barriers that are faced, not just within Korea, but also internationally. And I think he has clearly identified the issues that need to be overcome in order to be able to build Korean traditional medicine as a precision medicine. And I think that it has been well described for our audience. And as I was listening to Mr. Tim Hulsen, I was really impressed with two things. I mean, these things that I have not been thinking about. What Mr. Ijema was doing was actually a precise medicine. And that was an excellent insight. And the other thing that I was surprised was the spelling. I thought Chosun was spelled with C, but he spelled with J. And so from now forward, I'm going to be writing Chosun with J, not with C. So those are my two insights. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Park, for your answers. Since there have been so many opinions uploaded on the chat, but we are behind the schedule, so I'm not able to give all the answers to all the questions. But I'd like to give some answers to some questions uploaded on the chat. First, Park Bo-eun from the participants group. Are you ready for your question? Can you hear me well? Can you hear me well? Yes, we can. So I have one question. I'm Park Bo-eun. Currently, I'm learning TKM and AI at the same time. So utilizing AI for prescription and diagnosis in the TKM, or currently TKM doctors are taking pulses with all their own. So I'd like to ask the question regarding this. So maybe this question is directed at Director Shin Hyunkyung. So whether AI could give prescriptions to us or the status quo will maintain. That was the question, right? So in my opinion, this is my opinion. So in TKM, I believe the progress will be much faster than in the Western medicine area, because regulations regarding telemedicine there are so many regulations. So TKM doctors are thinking very positive regarding this, the telehealth. So the core theme of telemedicine is diagnosis and prescription, and I believe it will be done. So taking pulses, regarding this, I'm not the right person to give the right answer, but I believe something that could replace taking pulses could be developed so that non-face-to-face prescription and diagnosis could be developed by you and other people. That's my opinion. Thank you very much for your answer. And second question, student Inam Q is here. Please go ahead. So I'd like to ask a question to CEO Jin Park. So I believe the area of medicine is about life, so it requires some flexibility, but big data and AI, do you think they will develop enough to deal with such situation? And regarding data, how can we process the data that is out of the standard? And I am worried about some medical accidents that could be caused by such wrongdoing of AIs. So I believe the answer could be given by CEO Park.
두 가지
I think you've actually asked two questions. First part of your question is related to dangers of AI, of medicine, and the second is how to deal with malpractice. As for the first part of the question, and I think this is something overlaps with the very first question that was asked during for this session, and I think that we have to think about three things. I mean, do we really lack experts? Do we need to increase the access of the public to these expertise? So let's say, particularly specialty. So let's say there's a location that does not have enough traditional Korean medicine practitioners, but the people want to be able to receive that sort of service, then AI could play a role like that. And that this is one of the reasons that the developing nations are adopting AI. And second is AI more effective than people? That's very important. So if people make the diagnosis, the accuracy is 82%. If the AI, the accuracy is 83%, well, that does not mean much. But if AI can do much better than people, I mean, if that is a clear case, then we can consider introducing AI. But unfortunately, we do not have such an AI at this moment. And thirdly, with the medical AI, well, economics still apply because we still have to talk about the medical fees. And so So the prescription is made for the patients, and also if that prescription has to be covered by the government, then we have to see if that makes economic sense. If it does make economic sense, then we could introduce that AI. And as for the malpractice, well, that is a political issue. And that is something that requires a societal consensus. We engineers could make a recommendation, but what's really important is a social consensus on how to deal with the malpractice on the part of the medical AI. This is not an issue of technology. And already there's been a lot of discussion on this particular issue here in Korea. There are already projects being conducted on the ethical aspects of AI.
Thank you very much, Seojin Park. So the two participants were from Semyung University. And next, third question is from student Isung, graduate school student Isung from Seoul National University. Please go ahead, ask your question. Good afternoon. I'm Isung from SNU. Thank you very much for your speeches. So I'd like to ask a question to Director Shin. So the elderly is the main customers of TKM, and I believe most of them are not used to smartphones or digital tools. Even though smartphones are widespread, but they have many difficulties using applications of hospitals or using kiosk. So the portion of elderly population using that kind of services are quite low. So in terms of digital health, what kind of measures you are currently thinking about and considering for the elderly population? So please go ahead. So digital healthcare services currently are at a nascent stage. So usually they are not considering the elderly. So what I'd like to make some points is that rather than age, but experience would be much more important. In the past, those who in their 60s are regarded as the elderly, but now those in their 80s are using their smartphones. So I believe experience is the most important element. So we need to be able to provide convenient experience to them. So let me share my own example. So with CEO Park and with Yonsei University, and we developed an application. We developed an application called 3P. So that targeted the elderly. So we decided to make the design very simple, and we make sure that there will be less hotkeys. So now currently we are taking some ways from a perspective of UI and UX. Thank you very much, Director Shin. So following the first and second session, now we have a very heated atmosphere and discussion. And there are so many questions and comments added on YouTube since we are recording today's event. So all the content could be played back. So today we have many speakers and many moderators for today's event, and I'd like to sincerely thank all of you for your time. And with this, we'd like to conclude the second session of today's forum. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So this session, the second session was very interesting and quite funny. So once again, I'd like to thank all of you for your presence, and please give them a big hand. So we have come so far so fast, and we just concluded the panel discussion of session 2. So we are going to take another 10-minute break, and at 4:30 we are going to start the last session. And please make sure to wear a mask. And let's take 10, and please refrain from having conversations while having a rest. And if you have any issues, please find the registration desk. At 4:10 we will be back.
네, 저희가 약속드린 시간이
So since time's up, so we'd like to start the third session of Chungbuk Korean Medicine and Precision Medicine Forum 2021. We started at 10 a.m. So I'd like to thank all the online participants tuned in so far. Be sure to take part in the event we mentioned before. So take a screenshot of your live stream feed and upload it by scanning the QR code. So also, please leave your comments and ask questions on YouTube chat. So we'd like to start the session 3 under the theme of prerequisites for the Korean medicine as precision medicine. We have 3 speakers and followed by panel discussion. And first, CEO Hyunho of Harvest will talk about acquisition and structuring of TKM knowledge and clinical data. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Please go ahead if you are ready. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Hyunho, CEO of Harvest, and I'm going to talk about structuring and acquisition of TKM knowledge and clinical data. Indeed, the concept of precision medicine was defined not long ago, and it starts from researches based on biological data. So precision medicine in the traditional Korean medicine is not yet specifically and defined. So I'm going to talk about the conceptualization of precision medicine in TKM, and I'm going to talk about the future directions. So this is the definition of precision medicine. Precision medicine is a next generation medical paradigm that classifies patients in detail based on genome, clinical information, lifestyle, and provides the best optimized medical practices. So let's look at some keywords. First, genome, clinical information, and lifestyle. And second, so classifies patients in detail. And third is the best optimized medical practice. So if we apply this definition to TKM technically, so then we can think about Sasang typology or other typologies. But in my opinion, omics or metabolomics or genomics are not the factors that can control everything. The core, the key pillar of it, precision medicine, is breaking down patients in more detailed manner. So the picture on the slide is very well known. So it is called life order microbiome. It shows the breakdown of species, and I just took it since the method is quite similar. So in precision medicine, why should we keep classifying patients and breaking down them? Because rather than differences between populations, but difference between individuals are providing a bit more important information to us. That's why. So if we keep breaking down patients, then how far can we go? Maybe we classify or break down every individual element. But I believe that when it comes to continuously breaking down something or classifying something, and it'll be fitting to the KTM. So along with the existing medical paradigm, but comparison between individuals or self-comparison within population, that kind of paradigm could be emerged. So when it comes to diagnosis, there is a concept emphasized. So first is individual reference and the other one is population reference. So it is a clearly defined population sample, and data is sampled and collected and sampled, and individual reference is about continuous. It is about data distribution collected from continued data collection from individuals. Western medicine and TKM, they are usually using individual references rather than population references. So how far our patients have come and whether patients are normal or not, you can check this. So the basic process of it is that an individual is within a specific group. That is the prerequisite. But precise medicine, precise science is about difference between individuals or difference between individuals and groups, but it usually focuses on differences and changes within a group. It means that rather than medical paradigms created by differences between individuals, but the information within the differences within the group could give more insightful information. For example, let's take an example. A person having blood tests. On the left side, you assume population reference. Then the results show that this much deviation from the population reference, it is not small. So usually maybe a doctor will explain the situation and your test will tell the patients that your patients you need treatment since your test is quite deviated from the average. But if there is a reference of individuals, then even if the same test is being done, the deviation is not that large, so it might be acceptable. So no matter if you do the same test, depending on the criteria, depending on the reference, the patients could be regarded as normal or regarded as not normal, abnormal. So we need to adapt to individual criteria, individual references for if we are to utilize Korean precision medicine. Then it would be the best if you take this opinion only for individual, but it cost a lot. It may have taken a lot of resources and time. So collecting references of individuals is not easy. So that's why we should collect reference information subgroup. And now science and technology can create this kind of population references. So let's turn to the traditional Korean medicine. Indeed, from one side, in the first place, TKM has been precision medicine, personalized precision medicine in the first place. In the past, when science and technology and transportation were not advanced, rather than seeing many patients, but usually in the past, a doctor may be seeing limited number of patients within a community. So a doctor may have seen many patients for their lifetime. So having diagnosed such patients in their communities, they could create some references. So in the traditional Korean medicine, there is a concept of changes and references. And the criteria is not about population references, but about individual references. And then changes from that period. So changes means that changes within population and within individuals. So personalized precision medicine. So TKM has been personalized precision medicine. So you don't have to be obsessed with too much with genomics or metabolomics. So based on TKM's knowledge base, you can use some variables and you can collect. You should focus on collecting data in a time series manner. So sometimes we underestimate our variables too much. Sometimes some variables, observational variables, if you consider them, then there were some limitations for measurements. And so resolution is was quite low. So some variables were very complex. Some appealing symptoms or observational diagnosis or practice. So that's why it is very hard to analyze such observational variables. Then from now on, I'd like to talk about how to build data structure. First, we need to think about measurement target. So we need reasonable interpretation of targets, and interpretation results should be translated into some scalable measurement, and it requires abstraction. As I mentioned before, there are many multidimensional variables in the TKM, so it's quite hard to integrate all the variables into one. So that's why we need abstraction. So some variables are very complex, but we need to take step-by-step manner. We can take step-by-step manners. And also there are four diagnoses used in the TKM. Well, doctor measures many variables using senses. So we need to put a priority on the TKM knowledge related to those data. So facial color is one variable used in TKM. So we need to think about how to structure this facial color, whether it is about contrast or its brightness or color. So we need to think about whether it is multi-dimensional variable. So we need very accurate interpretation. And also TKM uses voices. Then what kind of voices, what kind of elements, vibration or waves, wavelength? So we need to study that kind of elements. And we should create some hypotheses and we need to validate them. After that, we need to come up with new modern variables, or we need to see other elements of such variables so that we can try a new type of abstraction. For example, if you look at body shape, then the first round of abstraction is about the length of legs or arms. Then the second abstraction stage may include a specific segment of body. So that would be one way. So if you look at some other areas, for example, fitness, or then you may be thinking about concentration of it. So far, a few studies have been carried out regarding this, since we have some machines that can show body shapes, or they can measure temperatures of the body, and they can analyze patterns or moving range of your legs. There were a few machines, but researches and studies on that have not been kept. So it's hard to call big data, but sometimes you can create a survey by analyzing it, and sometimes you can do dimension reduction, or you can use survey or clinical data for a specific diagnosis. So these kind of concepts have been studied as well. And then second, then I'd like to talk about how to collect real-world data, but in an ideal way, non-invasive and unconscious life log would be the best way. But if you start focusing too much on this in the first place, then there must be some issues, because you have to use machines that already are built. So some variables might be coming up first, which are very far from TKM. Then you, of course, can collect data, but it's hard to find links with traditional Korean medicine. So I believe you should not focus too much on finding biosignals. So I believe it would be good to start from self-reported surveys. So this kind of data are usually time series data. So if there are too many missing information, then it would be less meaningful. So we need habits to collect data, and we also need to build infrastructure for data collection. And it is a survey used in a hospital, Korean medicine hospital. And also, if data created by patient is collected, then you can see how patient changes in a time series manner. And third, we need to think about how to organize traditional knowledge data. Indeed, knowledge of TKM is in the form of free text, and as you can see on the screen, it is really hard to read since it has been passed on to us in the form of old books. Of course, some information have been digitalized, but still, many of them remain free text, so it's hard to calculate. And inside that, you can see data for data of existing things and data for theories. So it's hard to analyze, and it's not appropriate for analyze. So when structuring traditional knowledge data, we need to classify data into two: actual data and definition data, and then you can analyze them. For example, there is a prescription in Handbook of Eastern Medicine. So you need to figure out using the context of this prescription. So if you structuralize this prescription data using more detailed information, then you can see and you can find, you can create some objects, and then you can calculate with created objects. This is the result of the study. So it is done by social network research methods. Usually it is called a basket method. If there are specific symptoms or illnesses, then it can analyze what kind of prescriptions are made for such symptoms or diseases. And I'd like to wrap up my sessions first. So because of limitations, environmental limits, indeed, from the beginning, the traditional Korean medicine has been precision medicine, but structural, systematic research on TKM has been started not long ago. So there are many methodologies that mimic other methods in the past. So it feels like you are wearing a cloth that is not fitting to you. But now the concept of precision medicine has been paid a lot of attention, and which presents a good opportunity to TKM. As I mentioned before, genomics or biosignals, you don't have to focus too much on them. So you need to first make variable abstracts and collect information from clinical site. So you need to think the bigger picture. So whether it be on-site or clinical site, you need data-driven way of thinking. So data-driven decision-making is also important, but what is more important is that your will to create data which is not wasteful, which is not waste. And I believe we need cooperation as well. But the traditional Korean medicine industry has not paid a lot of attention from outside. So far, I believe the TKM community has not been open to others. So no matter how valuable you think you are, if you are excluded from the society, then it would be very meaningless. And I believe it is a good opportunity for the TKM to promote yourself. So with many other disciplines, if you work together, then the TKM will be able to grow further with impetus. But if you are in a rush, you should not be in a rush, and you should work together with others to create values. Then I believe that would be the genuine growth trend of the TKM. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. CEO Hyunho of Harvest. Precision Korean medicine. He said TKM has been precision medicine in the first place. So I believe it was very meaningful to see the true value of TKM. And I would like to invite you in the panel discussion later. We'd like to start the second speech.
역시
Second presenter is also joining us via Zoom, excuse me. And our second speaker is Professor Namkwen Kim of Pusan National University, who is also leading KM CDP project at NICOM. He's going to talk to us about developing standard terminologies for precision medicine, AI researchers in Korean medicine. Yes, we can hear you, Professor. Can you begin your presentation? Good afternoon. I'm going to talk about developing standard terminologies for precision medicine, AI researchers in Korean medicine. And I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to make this presentation and to introduce the project that I am currently conducting. We have to think about clinical. I'm studying clinical research and clinical studies as well as the economic aspects, and I'm going to talk about those, and I'm also going to talk about what I'm doing as part of this project that I'm conducting. And this is what I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to talk about precision medicine and EMR and traditional Korean medicine. So I'm going to give you a brief overview. And then I'm going to introduce our project, and then I'm going to make some conclusions and make some proposals at the same time. And I'm going to talk about precision medicine and EMR in the TKM. I think it was mentioned by other speakers. Precision medicine is different from the medicine that we know. When it comes to genetic researches or lifestyle information or the environmental information are used for the precision medicine. And during the Obama administration, there was a precision medicine initiative that dealt with research, technological development, as well as policies needed to promote precision medicine. And if you look at the schematic for the precision medicine, you see the patient and the clinicians are the major actors, and they have the EHR, and then the EHR goes into the clinical case level database, and then research derived data, and that sort of information is provided to the researchers as well as the lab genomists, and that information is used to help the patients. And this is the bioinformation system. The RHIS, Biodata Information System for the Genomics and Protein Mix, and the CRIS, which is called Clinical Research Information System, Clinical Research. And then there's the CTIS, which stands for the Clinical Trials Information. And then there's also a public data system. And here today, we're going to talk mainly about the HIS, CRIS, and the CTIS. And so the database, so the data from these sort of data information system is used to implement a precision medicine. And to EMR, there are a legal basis for the standardization, and the Korean Healthcare Information Institute are doing already certifying the products, and actually 25 products have been certified, and about 41 institutions have been certified according to these rules. And about the EMR certification, well, the patient information, the prescription information, the clinical information, as well as the information provision issues are included in the process of EMR certification. And when it comes to TKM, here in Korea, there has been quite a lot of big data related researches, and in 2018 so-called healthcare big data platform was established, and researchers are accessing the big data platform to identify their research related data, and within the platform the researchers are able to conduct their researches. And with this, in a healthcare of information institute, and so industrial support is provided. And what's really important is the legal changes, so-called 3 Data Law Act have been passed. So 3 acts related to data protection, and these are actually amendments to the existing laws, and the amendments are made in order to make it possible to use the data based on the new technologies such as AI, IoT, and cloud. And so these acts are to allow for data for the public good and the public use, but also for the industrial research purposes. And these are some of the projects that are conducted as part of the activities within Korea. And these are projects to support EMR centered hospitals. And I'm sure that similar projects will be conducted for TKM. And so what sort of projects are being done based on the EMR? So let me give you a very brief introduction to this. And based on the EMR data, there are RCT studies that are being conducted, as well as pragmatic RCTs. And for the observational studies, retrospective as well as prospective studies are being conducted based on EMR. And recently, at each medical institutions, or they have EMRs, and the common items are being standardized, and so the data analysis can be done on a platform, and this is called a CDM studies. And CDM studies, or in the projects, are currently underway. However, with the EMR data, researchers want to conduct researches about machine learning and artificial intelligence. And so AI is computers mimicking actions of people, and machine learning is a part of AI, and that is an algorithm, and that will help machines to learn from data. And in medical field, these are some of the famous researchers that have been conducted related to ML, and AI. And so the diabetic retinopathy is studied using deep learning algorithms. And so this is research that is being conducted, and these researchers are doing these researchers because the areas or the regions that do not have enough number of optometrists would require this sort of support. And also there is using convolutional neural network, the different skin cancer tumors can be identified. This is just another type of research being conducted. And about prognosis, there are studies being conducted for these as well. For the patients that have undergone the surgery, some will have, some patients go through what's called a field back surgery syndromes. And so they are using retrospective, this was a retrospective study with the machine learning and techniques to, they have used logistic regression, LDA of the classification tree, boosting, random forest, bagging, and so on to conduct the studies. And this is a study that I have conducted. This is about the economic aspects. And so it's acupuncture. Is it beneficial compared to the costs that have been put in? And I have used Markov model decision analysis. And this is a method that is usually used for enhanced learning. And I have used this model in the field of healthcare. And this is also another case. And this is for surgery. There's operational theater. And so this is about the reinforcement learning for closed loop propofol anesthesia studying human volunteers. And this in this study, clinicians are conducting the study based on the present information. But the researchers that are studying PKPD or the data analysts are also participating. So this was a multidisciplinary approach that we have employed in in this particular study. And in TKM, how much EMR data are there? And if you look at the some of the recent studies, it seems that about 44% of the hospitals, that is TKM hospitals, have the EMRs. And if you look at the programs, there are 7 programs that are used mainly, but it seems that there's no standardization that has taken place. Let me briefly introduce our project. And we are developing clinical practice guideline for the TKM. And so given clinical environment, we want to be able to provide information to clinicians and the patients to help them to make informed decisions. And there are different organizations in different countries that are participating in the projects. And we do have this website established. And from 2016 and 2020, there was the 3rd national plan for the TKM development. And the first objective was to develop CPGs. And as part of this objective, our project has been launched and being implemented. And so we are developing CPG, and we are trying to promote use of CPG to enhance the quality of clinical services, and thereby enhance the overall conveniences as well as treatment for the patients. And there are these different diseases that are being handled, and you could also download what we've done so far, or the CPGs that we have developed from our homepage. And we are also working to standardize the terminologies. And in order to promote use of the TKMs, we believe that it's important to standardize terminologies. And so we have come up with the terminologies that are used widely, and we are doing the comparison analysis with the Western of medical standards, and we have developed the standard EMR templates. So we have identified the EMRs and the TKM, and we are also analyzing EMR related certifications, and based on that we have come up with the manuals. And based on the manuals, we have created TKM EMR templates and the database systems. And so we are still in the process of working on these standard terminologies. And we are developing the prescription and DBs, as well as we are building the database for the surveys. And this is the conclusion. We want to do a standardization so that we can have precision medicine. In TKM, there has been relatively less standardization. So in our project, we want to be able to do a standardization of the terminology as well as the concepts to promote precision medicine. And there are two types of data, wide type data and long type data. And in case of wide type data, they are kind of data that is collected from something like a clinical trials. So there are many variables, but the number of variables that can be collected is limited. And long data is not many variables, but these data can be collected automatically, such as the data that can be collected from EMR. And all these two types of data have the limitations. In case of wide type data, and we can develop forecast models, but the feasibility is low, so there is a bias because this has been created inside, and so there is going to be an over-identification bias. So when we do regression analysis, and even if we make the adjustments, these bias cannot be overcome easily. And in long time data, there are some variables that are emitted in TKM. So the medical treatments that people have received can act as compounding factors, and when they are emitted, they could cause bias. And as I have said, the EMR data study are to be led by the clinicians, data scientists, data analysts, system developers, and patients. And so this has to be a multidisciplinary study. This is a multidisciplinary translational study. And so these things that we do, what are social values? Let me give you an example, and this is about the value of information analysis. And so there are A, B, C, D, four different treatments, and these have been provided to 5 people that will come up with an average, and so with the treatment B, would be something that would be proposed, and so the expected value would be 13. But with the precision medicine, can provide more detailed information, and for each iteration, if the optimal value can be provided, then there is going to be possible about 14.4 life gained benefits, and this would be the benefits or the social benefits that can be gained for precision medicine. So the medical costs that have been put in would be lower than these values, and in that case, that sort of treatment and that sort of a system would be listed in the insurance system to be covered. And when doing this sort of project, there's something that has to be remembered by the researchers. And so y-axis is the cost-effective probability, and x-axis is the project time. And the red dotted lines show that longer the project, the more cost that has to be put in. And if the project itself the success of possibility of a project is decided in the very beginning on stage. And so there has to be accumulation of experience and a multidisciplinary approach, and so that there can be a very careful initial planning to avoid any sort of the additional costs. With that, I would like to end my presentation.
네,
Thank you, Professor Kim, with that presentation. So we have listened to the second presentation. Now we'll move on to the third presentation.
유쾌한 시간.
I believe you have had many informative information. So we have the third presentation of the session 3. The speaker will be Senior Researcher Shin Hee-Jeong of Korea Institute of Oriental Medicine. She is on site, and under the theme of the future of precision Korean medicine, she's going to deliver her presentation. Good afternoon. I'm Shin Hee-Jeong from Korea Institute of Oriental Medicine. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer for inviting me to today's event. I'm going to talk about the future of Korean precision medicine, which is kind of a grandiose theme. So the previous speakers made a good point when it comes to precision medicine and Korean medicine. So I'm going to talk about the definition of Korea precision medicine and what we need to do for this concept. So this is the content of my presentation. First, I'm going to touch upon precision medicine, which has been covered by previous speakers. I'm going to talk about the results of the advanced research we carried out, and then we're going to talk about how to welcome the precision Korean medicine. So there is a assessment called technology assessment in Korea. It is about investigating possible impact of science or technology to minimize possible side effects of those technologies. So it is carried out by the government. It started in the 1970s in the United States, and most major advanced countries are doing this. And in 2003, we started MBTI convergence technology test, and ever since then, we have carried out technological assessment. And after the technology assessment, the results are reflected in policymaking of relevant departments. So as you can see on this left side, last year, the theme of technology assessment was precision medicine technology. As you can see here, precision medicine technology would be very much influential going forward in our society. And previous speakers already introduced a lot, but I put these pictures to back up my definition and my speech. So this is the picture frequently used to define this precision medicine. And you can see a lot of persons, and you can see symptoms. Right after symptoms come out, then you should prescribe pills for such symptoms. As Professor Kim said, the same pills could be given, so it could have some side effects, it could have no effects, sometimes it could have some effects. But in contrast, if you look at precision medicine approaches, you can see a lot of people and there are no symptoms. But depending on risks of possible diseases, you can classify people, and within each group, if there are persons with high risks, then even before he or she develops a disease, you can take preventive measures. And also you can provide different pills to different population groups. So it is what precision medicine is. The traditional approach and precision medicine approach are different. Then what makes them different to one another? I'm going to tell you what it is. As you saw before, the traditional approach focused on diagnosis and treatment, but precision medicine focuses on diagnosis, prediction by analyzing individual traits. So depending on genetic backgrounds and lifestyles and habit information, that precision medicine considers how to treat patients. So many practitioners have different definition of precision Korean medicine. But I believe Korean precision medicine is the combination of precision medicine and TKM. So in the traditional KM, Korean medicine, pattern identification, and there are other 사상 typology and other technologies. Also for prevention and treatment, using TKM technologies is, I believe, a part of Korean precision medicine. So in this context, as many previous speakers covered before, indeed, the Korean medicine has been the precision medicine in the first place for many years. So in accordance with this definition, I'm going to share the results of advanced research we carried out. In 2016, from 2016 to 2020, Ministry of Science and ICT commissioned a task to us. It is the result of that task. So we put the name of it as Sub-Health Handbook. As you can see, sub-health means that it is not a disease, but not healthy state. So it is a concept only found in TKM. So with applications, people can diagnose themselves with applications. So the purpose of this was to create an application that help patients care themselves. So this handbook can be broken down into 3 parts. First is survey for taxonomy, and second is collecting information and analyzing your status based on entered information, and then sub-health of the patient could be diagnosed, and then the way for health preservation is provided. So handbook for sub-health has been used for many clinical research, and you can see this in Gwacheon National Science Museum. And I explained sub-health handbook. Then you may think whether the result of it can be used for TKM, but we need to add more component to this application. It is not yet complete. Then next, what kind of thing we should add for Korean precision medicine, genuine Korean precision medicine? In Korean precision medicine, pattern identification and constitutions, I talked about 3 parts and lifestyles. So I'm going to talk about prerequisites for this concept. First, making decisions regarding individual traits. So there are differences between individuals. Some elements are congenital and some elements are acquired. So precision medicine and prediction and diagnosis should not change. It is very important concept. So when carrying out diagnosis or prediction, it is very important to create results with fixed data. So there are some genetic information that should be used for precision medicine, and I believe that is a good information. And usually many genes are involved in creating your constitutions. Indeed, in precision medicine, as you can see, there is a disease called sickle cell anemia, which is created by single genetic trait, monogenic genetic traits. We focused on this in the past, but precision medicine focuses on complex genetic traits, chronic diseases, and complex genetic traits. That is the difference between them. So our team carried out many research on we'd like to carry out many research on complex genetic traits. And you can see some cold heat, and you can see the genetic rates of constitution is 40 to 80%. And there have been so many studies on genetic diseases, including bipolar disorder. And the heritability rate of bipolar disorder is almost the same with the heritability rate of the body constitution. So we are not saying that we'd like to explain everything with 100% heritability rate. So we think we may be able to explain some diseases with similar heritability rates. There have been so many genetic research, but they have usually focused on cancer, so it is very hard to focus on complex genetic traits. So TKM types are not well analyzed with the existing methods, so that's why we developed new methods. And as many previous speakers mentioned AI, so we used AI. So currently we are trying to discover genetic traits regarding chills and fever. I entered into the institution in 2007. At that time, it cost about 800,000 won for Discover SMP. But now with just 1 million won, then you can see the whole genome sequence of a human. And as you can see on this, there is a small-scale sequencer that could be attached to mobile phones. And also now we can do sequencing for very micro-sized pathogens. And I believe we will be able to do it for animals as well. And I believe since technologies have been advanced a lot and fast, so many people might be able to carry their own genetic information. So with your genetic information, since I'm wearing a mask, I'm so nervous, so I'm going to slow down. With your genetic information, then you will be able to find some medical services you need. So with some genetic test results that can be fitting to TKM, the traditional Korean medicine could could give more services to patients. And I believe image information would be a very important element for diagnosis. And the previous speaker also mentioned about how to diagnose, and in particular for using facial color. And you can get information regarding facial color through images. And indeed, we were able to find some correlation between facial colors and some genetic indicators. And next is information about our lifestyles. And now many people are well aware of that good habits are good for your health. So if you look at the results of research carried out last year, with BMI less than 25 and non-smoker and with physical activity, then with moderate alcohol consumption, then you will be able to live a good life, which is very reasonable and natural. So many research and studies have been trying to collect lifestyle information to give those kind of results. So far, they have collected information through survey, and I believe some of you may have had filled out such surveys, and you need to fill out a lot of information. So it takes a lot of effort to fill out such survey. So that's why you cannot frequently fill out survey, and you cannot carry out survey frequently. So indeed, your subject's opinions are reflected into the survey, so it's hard to reflect what you have done over a year. Recently, wearable devices have been used a lot. So many devices have been developed and used by developers, and which in turn increases the accuracy. And there is a concept called PHR. So there have been so many platforms that help you, that enables you to control and own your personal data. So with this platform, I believe you will be able to acquire your information too. So since the last year, using Fitbit, our team measured sleep patterns, heartbeats, and activity information of our patients, and also to collect other lifestyle information, we developed a platform and integrated with other platforms to collect information. And last year, up to this year, we received information of about 1,000 people. Currently, we have raw data, and we are trying to describe how to create patterns with this raw data. And I believe we will be able to give you some results regarding the lifestyles that could be very helpful for your life. And I mentioned before, there are some acquired differences between individuals. So depending on your lifestyles, there could be many mutations. And one of them is methylation. So if you have a disease, or if you are obese, if you have obesity, then DNA methylation is carried out. So sometimes some DNAs are not expressed, and sometimes some DNAs are more expressed. So if you are able to analyze this information, then you will be able to get more objective results and information. And the third, last, when applying TKM technologies in precision medicine, before seeing the results, you can make predictions. So you can make predictions how effective a specific treatment would be for a specific patient. And in the TKM, we can also make predictions. For us to also make such predictions, we need to carry out research on that. And when it comes to precision medicine, I believe the concept of cohort comes up first. I mentioned a lot of analysis before, and I mentioned that those analyses could be available when people can collect their information continuously. So I believe cohort is the essence of precision medicine, the key pillar. And in the United States, there is a cohort project called All of Us. In the UK, 100,000 Genome Project announced its first results. And in Korea, Ansan cohort and Ulsan 10,000 Genome cohort announced that they recently received 10,000 people's genome information. And last year, to carry out 1 million genome projects, we started 100,000 genome project as a starter. So our team also built a TKM precision medicine cohort. So we are currently now developing a prevention and management program for patients with chronic diseases, and Daejeon University, Semyung University, Daejeon University, Oriental Medicine Hospital, and Korean Gallup, and Gachun University, and other institutions are joining with us to maintain this research and cohort. We need a lot of cohorts around the country. So with just cohorts currently built, so we cannot cover all the research. So with Ansong Ansan cohort, we are currently collecting information, and we delivered our survey information to Ulsan 10,000 Genome Project. And I believe by next year we will be able to get the result of genome sequencing of 4,600 people. Then we will be able to expedite the research of TKM. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you very much for Senior Researcher Shin. That was the last presentation. She talked about the future of Korean precision medicine. In the morning, from now on, we have completed the session 1 to 3, and now we have the last panel discussion. So under the theme of prerequisites for Korean medicine as precision medicine, we have carried out the session 3. So Korean medicine and precision medicine experts have gathered together to discuss their opinions and new ideas and insights, share their insights, and we were able to what is going on site. So that's why we were able to get so much informative information. So to foster biohealthcare industry, we have been talking about the future of the biohealth industry and Korean medicine and precision medicine. So we completed rearrangement of the stage. So we are going to start the panel discussion. We'd like to invite the 3 speakers and moderator and panelists. So Professor Go Sung-kyu of College of Korean Medicine of Kyung University will serve as a moderator, and Deputy Director and Director Go Ho-yeon of Herbal Medicine Policy Division of Ministry of Food and Drug Safety will serve as a panelist. And the 2 speakers delivered their presentations on Zoom, and Senior Researcher Hee-Jeong delivered her presentation on site, and we'd like to invite all of them. So now floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Go Sung-kyu. I'm a professor at Kyung University. It's an honor for me to serve as a moderator for this very meaningful international forum. In session 3, there were presentations by Mr. Kim Hyunho and Dr. Kim Namkwen. They talked about the requirements for precision medicine. And the 3rd speaker, Dr. Jin, talked about the future to be sought as part of our goal of achieving precision medicine. And we have 2 panelists. And first panelist is from MFDS, and our second panelist is from the Ministry of Healthcare and Welfare. He's working on the budget, so he is very busy. I think he has to come up with the basic framework for the proposal. And then because of that, he has not been able to join us here in person. Maybe we could ask Mr. Go Ho-yeon from MFDS. Maybe he could talk to us about, how he felt about the 3 presentations. Good afternoon. My name is Go Ho-yeon. Can you all hear me? I'm here alone, so I will take off the mask. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to this very meaningful forum. And it will be quite difficult for me to make this presentation, to make these comments, as I am not as an expert as the speakers. Biomolecular medicine or the precision medicine, they have been around for some time. I think, need to discuss why precision medicine is needed in TKM. And these and I think that the studies that are conducted as part of the plan to implement the precision medicine will have to be applied to national insurance system as well. And I think the ethical aspects have already been discussed, and about the terminologies. I think the terminology is something that's very complicated. And there are many different terminologies used for one particular disease, and also we need to discuss what exactly the data is. So some of the data will be qualitative and some of the data will be quantitative. And sometimes we would come up with the terminal based on RGBs, but the disease will be quite different described by the patient. And so, as Mr. Kim Hyunho had said, I think we have to consider individual as well as the group of references. And when collecting data, something that we need to pay special attention to is the weight. We cannot give the same weight to everyone. And some people would have a different past history. And therefore, the different weights would have been applied when trying to collect the information and the data from the patients. And how to convert the data, that's also an issue. And I think there has been a professor at Dongjun University who has been collecting information for the past 20 years. And because he was the person who was collecting the data, he collected data that could not be generalized. So when we are collecting data, we have to make it clear, whether we're collecting the data for a particular disease or a particular treatment or a particular treatment or the drugs. And I think TKM is very close to precision medicine. Of course, there has to be a scientific basis. And once a study that is done, the study has to be consistent. There has to be a continuous discussion and brainstorming to allow for continuous development.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ko, for your opinion and sharing your insights. So we have some questions received before. Okay, thank you very much. Then any questions from the floor to speakers of the session 3? If you have any questions, please raise your hand and go ahead. If you don't have any questions, then I will ask a question to Professor Kim. CPG business is very important. You talked about CDM and EMR. CPG is clinical practice guide. It means guidelines, developing guidelines on critical practice. And I believe almost all diseases are included in that project. So it is being done by many governments in the world. So I believe this kind of opportunity will come not that frequently. So many professors have carried out clinical researches, whether it be advanced or retrogressive. Sometimes it could be, when it comes to CDM, 80 to 90% are overlapped and they could be merged. And you talked about the development of platform, so it was very delighted to see that. And so many professors have been doing the same one. So then sometimes I believe diagnosis and many systems were overlapped. And I'd like to know how you overcome many challenges you faced, and when a final platform is released, then whether that kind of platform could be utilized for research or not. So I'd like to ask you to add some comments. Thank you very much for your questions. As you mentioned before, so targeting major diseases, we are trying to make some standardized we are trying to do some standardization works, and in the process of that, so internally we have organized many terms and jargons, and when it comes to standard care and standard research, we have been carrying out many projects for them. Indeed, jargons included in the guidelines. There are many jargons in the guidelines, and in the development process of guidelines, some of them are under systematic review. And as a final version, through assessment, we validate the feasibility internally and externally. So through this process, we created CPG and we extracted some researches from CPG and make them standardized. This is the second stage process. But as you mentioned before, there are some concerns as well between diseases or between departments. Content could be varying and there could be some deviations. So I believe it is not the area of our institution, but it is the matter that should covered by the area by the institution level. So as soon as we complete the platform and the project, then we'd like to ask for review and ask for assessment for to high-level decision-making body. So we will make sure that we could deliver a complete, full platform. Thank you for your effort. Thank you very much for your effort facing with many challenges. You are doing very well. Any questions from the floor?
표님,
Mr. Kim Hyunho, can you hear me? Oh, it's been some time since we last met. And the name of your company means working 7 days a week. You might like it. I think I don't know if your employees like it. And it seems that you do a lot of work related to big data. They can be applied to TKM, the softwares and the programs that you are developing. And how do you want the TKM community here in Korea to embrace them? I know you, but I don't know what you've been doing lately. So if you could explain to us, what you've been up to lately and what you are doing, it would be quite nice if they are applied widely in the TKM community. So if you could just introduce us to what you've been doing. Thank you for this opportunity. And well, I don't think this is a venue for me to introduce my company, but I would like to talk very briefly about our company's roadmap that could be in line with the development of the TKM here in Korea. Since I established the company, started studying the TKM data, as I said during my presentation, I have always felt that the TKM contents are quite valuable and quite abundant, but that data is not used by the industry, only used by the academia. And so I thought the data was being wasted. I mean, it is so valuable, but the value is not respected and used as widely as it could be. So that was the reason that I've started my company. So that is to allow for the better use and wider use of such data. And with this big data, with this sort of platform and the terminology standardization, they should not just be limited to the academia. They should be made into protocols that can be used by the industry and by the researchers. I know what I'm saying could be quite abstract, but if I may be a little bit more specific, when drawing a chart, I understand there were a lot of trials and errors, and how to come up with the terminology, how to develop the charts, and what are the terminologies that are recommended, and are they really used widely by clinicians in the field? And they're not. They're not because these terminologies need to be accepted by the medical chart companies, because these are the companies that are using this terminology in the charts. And so I want to enhance the working environment for the TKM practitioners so that they can provide better care for their patients. And I want to be able to build the necessary infrastructure. So I want to be able to provide a terminology that can be better used, more conveniently, and also the data that can be used by both the academia and industry, and to generate synergy. And that is why I have been developing, programs and the softwares. And ultimately, I want to be able to package these contents beautifully and be able to go into international markets. Thank you for this opportunity to introduce my company. Thank you.
회사 되시고요.
Thank you very much. And then I'd like to ask Dr. Jin for sharing your thoughts. So, so-called precision medicine, so individualized way. This is based on omics. Precision medicine is based on omics. So you are focusing on AI and big data, and you talked about that. You talked a lot about them. You carried out many projects regarding genomics, and also you mentioned about community cohort in Ansong and Ansan, and with Korea University hospitals and Asan hospitals. They are also getting and collecting biospecimen for study, and I understand that you work with them. So pattern identification and biomarker and proteomics and metabolomics, maybe they are too complex and too difficult. So genomics, I'd like to ask you to link genomics to these. So we need some clues so that others can follow us. So if you have any examples to share, please share with us. We started our research and studies a long time ago, and for years we have collected and refined them, and it took long years. To analyze data, we needed a lot of data in the first place, and the existing methods for genomics were focusing on mutations of cancers or cancers. So analyzing complex genomic traits was very hard. So that's why we decided to develop a new technology, and after development we are using it very actively. And with our data and data from Ansong and Ansan cohorts, we have about SMP data 18,000, and more data will be created going forward. And so now we are analyzing body constitution and chills and fever for patent registration, since it is not yet published. So I'm not going into the detail. So the difference between people with TAM characteristics and home characteristics, when analyzing those differences, you can get some genetic markers when it comes to body constitutions. And we were able to see that. And when it comes to people with Soyang characteristics and traits, they have more traits regarding psychology and brain activity. So it's a bit hard to mention. So polygenic risk score was created by us, and using that we are currently trying to analyze the information and data. And when clustering and when classification, it fits very well to body composition, body constitution. So I believe a paper regarding this will be published, and I will be able to give a more detailed information about it. And whole genomic study data and free genomic scores and pattern identification. And I hope you will be able to carry out meaningful research to link them. So with large institutions, including Korea Institute of Oriental Medicine, you should create some practical results, so that can be used on site. So I'd like to ask you to keep up the good work. Any more comments from the moderator or speakers? One question from the floor. Please state your name and your affiliation. Good afternoon, I'm Go Young-min from Semyung University and TKM department. Please say whom your question is directed at. My question is kind of convergent question, so I'd like to ask all the speakers and panelists. So sorry. Today's forum is about precision medicine, which is a buzzword. So I found today's forum very informative and insightful, and I believe the forum could make great contributions to the TKM. So I'd like to sincerely thank all of you for sharing your insights and information. So the concept of Korean precision medicine is not an easy concept, and it's not limited to devices. So overall diagnosis and treatment, it is about increasing and upgrading the quality of medical services, and that's what I found through today's forum. So my question is this. It might be not in line with what you talked about, but anyway, the forum focuses on medical technologies as well. So to apply these technologies on site, I believe we need some backup and support from institutional level. There are many challenges that are covered by all of you. So collecting information from clinical trials and clinical research without some forcing to collect data, it would be very difficult to collect big data when it comes to treatment and diagnosis. And I believe that would be the strong point as well as our weak point. And diagnosis and prescription are regarded as doctor's part, so it is kind of closed way. It is not open to public, so I believe that is quite legacy of doctors, but to make contributions to the improvement of people's health, if all players could work with one another with a great goal, it would be possible. And there are so many challenges, and to solve such challenges, I believe we need political measures as well as other technical measures too. So data collection has been emphasized as the most important thing. So standardization is also important. In a short period of time, you made a lot of achievements, and you also mentioned that we should study further on packed herbal medicines as well as acupuncture. So if industrialization, if we are able to build business models, then the scope of the TKM will be expanded. So as a result, in conclusion, so open-mindedness, with open-mindedness, whether we can carry out many practices. So I'd like to ask your opinions on all of you on this. Your answers would be very much appreciated for improving and having good attitude of students in the TKM. And I believe Semyung University of College of Korean Medicine would be the global #1 medicine, since he asked a quite very good question. So any comment or question? So I mentioned some political measures, so I'd like to ask Professor Ko, Director Ko, for giving the answer to my question. Good evening. So you talked about concrete political measures. So in a very short period of time, I'm not able to talk a lot about it. So if you come to Osong, then I will buy you a drink and we'll share some information. So in a short period of time, making political changes is very difficult. Right after I entered into the institution in 1993, I faced a lot of difficulties right after I entered in. So political changes cannot be made in a day. Even if a political change is happened, it would not be enough. So my answer could be moral. So taking the first step is the hardest. So I believe the best way is to keep your way. But you need to be aware how policies change. That's my answer to your question. Thank you very much for your answer. What is your name? I'm Go Young-woong, and I'm majoring in the Korean medicine in Semyung University. As CEO Kim and Professor Kim mentioned before, you should visit them. You should visit their institutions and have some information from them. And I believe the job of the moderator is keep the time. So with this, I'd like to conclude session 3. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please give them a big hand. So all of you showed passion towards today's session until the last session. So I'd like to thank all the participants online and offline for your presence. So with this, we'd like to conclude all the sessions and panel discussions. We have been exchanging ideas and sharing information through today's forum. So to upgrade so Korean medicine and precision medicine have been upgraded through today's forum, I believe. And once again, I'd like to extend my gratitude to all the participants online and offline. And we mentioned a lot about events. So until 12 p.m. today, 12 a.m. today, you can take part in events. So we will give 300 participants some vouchers for coffee, and we will give 1 participant's AirPod Pro. So the winners will be announced on 3rd May next month. So if you upload the screenshot of live streamed feed, then you can take part in this event as well. So I believe today's forum was very successful thanks to your engagement and participation. Your support would be very much appreciated, and I hope to see you next year. Thank you very much for staying with us till the end of the forum. Thank you.